Office's One Call That's All studios at the Avenue. This is Wilde and Tausch on 94.5 ESPN. Presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Also sponsored by American Family Insurance and Coors Light.
Tuesday edition. The worst day of the NFL calendar edition. The Bill Huber already has some of the cuts. Check them out on Sports Illustrated while you're listening to us edition. And the I told you they didn't want people over 30. Now they've lost another one and moved on from another one. And I feel really bad about the conversation I once had at the beginning of camp with Pat O'Donnell edition of Wilde and Tausch on 94.5 ESPN Milwaukee, 100.5 ESPN Madison, 1430 ESPN Beaver Dam, ESPNWisconsin.com, the ESPN app, your Alexa smart speaker, streaming live video, Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, and of course on WisconsinOnDemand.com, the Wisconsin On Demand app. I'm Jason Wilde in Green Bay. Jesse Nelson is in the Everlight Solar ESPN Madison studios and from his undisclosed location where corn is a meal. It is the Packers Hall of Famer. It's Mark Tauscher. Tausch, good morning. How are you?
I'm doing well. Is there a different 30-year-old, or are you going off of, because you went with the Pat O'Donnell deal? That news broke right at the end of our show yesterday, right?
Right.
Is there another 30-year-old that they're getting rid of?
No, they've only got 3 left unless they're going to move on from Devondre Campbell. But I figured since it happened at the very end of the show, maybe people have not caught that.
Yeah, my ears perked up. I'm like, oh, is it Campbell? Because Bakhtiari ain't going anywhere.
Preston Smith ain't going anywhere.
Yeah, both guys aren't going anywhere. I don't think Devondre Campbell's going anywhere, but I don't think anybody should be shocked by this. It's Goody has laid it out. When you decide to not bring back Mason Crosby, that kind of tells you, okay, well, they're going young here. And then you, I guess not surprisingly, because that's how you operate, you basically told Pat O'Donnell, hey, you're going to probably get cut at the end of training camp. Yeah,
I mean, that's not how I would interpret what I said, but that's fair.
That, from what I recall yesterday, you basically said, what are you doing here? You're over 30, and this is a youth movement.
What are you doing here? You're not here for long. Yeah, Tausch, I guess my question for you on this, because I see a lot of praise on the media of the social about how Goody's building this team. Oh, love this. Love it. Love that they're going young. Love it. I mean, 3 guys over 30. A guy who is known, and I understand, his primary job is punting. But a guy who is known for being a very effective holder. Like, Rich Bisaccia himself wanted him last year because not only can he punt effectively, but Bisaccia had pursued him with the Raiders, and he believed that he would solve all of Mason Crosby's issues, which he did. I mean, Mason Crosby had a really good year last year, even though he had knee surgery on his kicking leg right before the start of camp. And now you've got a rookie kicker who, let's be honest, probably doesn't have the level of experience to adjust if a hold is off. And now you've moved on from the 32-year-old punter to a guy who does not have a ton of holding experience, certainly not in the NFL. He doesn't have hardly any other than in preseason games. So now you've complicated matters a little bit more for your rookie kicker by going with a rookie punter. At some point, is it too much, or do we think there's no such thing as going too young for the 2023 Green Bay Packers?
Yeah, it's an interesting question because I think you get in your mind that you want to get younger and you want to kind of flip your roster. And when you make a big move like trading a veteran quarterback like Aaron Rodgers, you end up deciding, you know what, let's just make a clean sweep of it and reset. Okay, you have every right to do that. But, again, the question I always have, and this was the case when Aaron Rodgers took over for Brett Favre after we were in an NFC Championship game at home and lost in overtime. As a veteran, do you know that you're going to be in a better position or a worse position? And I think all of us, Al and Charles, there's a lot of us that were playing year 7, year 8, year 9, and you know that you have a better chance to win now with Brett Favre. We all knew that. Ted Thompson knew that. So I think Brian Gutekunst knew, we'll have a better chance to win more games, but then you have this last season that just occurred, and that was thrown out the window. So that made it easier. I think Goody wanted to do this for 2 or 3 years. I think he was ready for this youth movement and the Gutekunst stamp of this is my roster even more so, and it's been his roster, but till your quarterback's different, it's not. And when he decided after that, that gave you that thing. That gave you the kind of the courage to say, you know what, we are 8-9. Hey, Jordan Love can go 8-9. Jordan Love can go 6. If we're not in the playoffs, 6-10. Big Cat called into the postgame show after we lost to Detroit, and he basically said, would you rather be you or would you rather be the Bears, where you have the number 1 overall pick and get a bunch of assets because neither of us are going to the playoffs? I hated it. But it's an interesting question because once you're not in the playoffs, you're trying to figure out how to get back in, and it's easier if you have more draft capital. So Goody was afforded that opportunity by having the season that they had. Ted did not. Ted had we're one check down away from probably going to a Super Bowl, and we don't do that. And Ted still had the conviction to say, no, we're going to move forward. And that is not an easy thing to do. Brian Gutekunst has done it. And whether or not that's going to give you short-term gain, no, it's not. There's going to be some short-term pain. But that's why you don't have your head coach as your general manager. Because if Brian Gutekunst was the head coach, he would not be going with an unproven rookie kicker when he has Mason Crosby there. He wouldn't be going with an unproven punter. He wouldn't be going with all unproven wideouts. He would have never traded Davante Adams as a coach because he knows how important Davante is. So it's hard to kind of get your head wrapped around as a veteran player because you don't want to hear about rebuild. That's why D-Bach is saying what he's saying. You don't want to hear about we're going to be good in 24 and 25. You know what? I ain't going to be here, more than likely. So I don't care. That's players' mindset is, it's not for me now, you're going to be professional, you're going to do your job, you're going to hope to build, and maybe you'll steal a few more years, but you're interested when you get your second contract, and you get to year 6, 7, 8, you ain't interested in, let's bring this young pup along. I want to win, baby, because I'm giving you best years of my life. And for every veteran player, you're going to hear Aaron Jones has been excited, A.J. Dillon's been excited, everybody's excited. And last year afforded him the opportunity to make that move. Otherwise, it's a really tough sell to your locker room what Brian Gutekunst is doing.
So the good news is you've moved on from all the guys that it would be a tough sell to, other than like 4 of them, right? So there aren't that many guys that are sitting there thinking the way you and Al Harris and Charles Woodson might have been thinking after the 07 season. Most guys that would be in your age group are gone. So they're not sitting there thinking that way. It's Aaron Jones, who I think is 28. It's David Bakhtiari. It's Preston Smith. I mean, I don't even know if Devondre Campbell fits that. I mean, he's 30, but he's only been here for 2 years. This is his third year in Green Bay. It's not like he has the history here like some of those guys that you talked about. All right, that's what they're doing. You mentioned the coach versus the general manager. I'm guessing the coach, if he was the general manager, would also have Mercedes Lewis on the team. Interestingly, among the cuts this morning that Bill Huber from Sports Illustrated has reported is Austin Allen. So the Green Bay Packers right
shoes?
now.
Is that a shoemaker, Austin Allen?
That's Allen Edmonds, but close. So with only 2 tight ends.
Who's the one that makes all that beef? They said, is that Edmonds Brothers? Allen Brothers makes the beef, right? That sends it out?
Well, God makes the beef. He makes the cows.
No, but I mean distributes the beef.
Okay. I don't know. That one I'm not familiar with.
Okay.
But Josiah DeGuara is a fullback who can play tight end. They've made him a fullback. He's on the depth chart as a fullback now. They've made the switch with him. So right now, technically, the Green Bay Packers have 2 tight ends on their roster. Dude, you were on teams where you had like 5 tight ends with Mike McCarthy. And now you got 2, and both of them have never played in an NFL regular season game. I'm not saying that you should have brought back all the old guys, but you're still going to try to tell me that you couldn't use Mercedes Lewis right about now? I'm sorry.
Listen, I
don't get it.
Yeah, we've
litigated
had
this
conversation.
I know.
That's the word I was looking for. Thank you. We have, and I think once you got Goody to admit that this isn't about this year, this is about growth opportunities. I've never heard a general manager I've seen and saw it behind the scenes. I've never heard someone say, we're not about competition. Because that, in essence, is what he's saying.
Yeah.
Every coach, every GM I've ever been around, or if you watch Hard Knocks, or if you've been to other teams, and if you've heard other teams talk, or college programs, or high school programs, it's about, I want to create a competition-based culture. And what you've done here, you brought a lot of young players in, but you can't tell people that you're all about competition when you're in essence saying, I need to let these guys grow. So as long as you have the right guys, it'll work out good. But if you don't, now you're really in a tight spot because you've kind of changed the way things have been done.
Uh-huh.
And if you're Pat O'Donnell and you're saying, well, we punted about the same. I don't know who ended up winning the battle. Obviously, Waylon won the battle because he's on the roster.
Right.
But his holding, it's better. I don't think anybody can argue. He's done it longer. So he's more experienced. And again, this is where I think the interesting part's going to be when you get to tight football games, which, by the way, we're going to play a bunch of. And, by the way, in 2008, when we had veterans, we lost a bunch of tight games.
True.
With a young quarterback. As long as everybody is okay, and I don't want people calling into Green Bay game day postgame and saying, well, these young players are making all these mistakes. This is what we're signing up for.
Right.
And
you're right.
You're signing up for growth. So when we lose tight football games as a fan base that is all in, and you're right, you check Packers Twitter, it's, yep, that was the right move. Yep, this is that. Everybody's excited, and great. There is an excitement level that has not been around because of the underdoggedness of this program. But don't be the fans then that are screaming, why are we losing these tight games? You're going to lose tight games because you have youth and inexperience that is going to grow and get better. So as long as we're all on the same page, and I hope we're all shocked and surprised, and this is an 11, 12-win football team that's playing for a Super Bowl contender, that'd be great. But if it doesn't go that way, let's not forget ye 829 of 23 and say, yeah, well, they're cutting Pat O'Donnell. They don't want old people. They want growth. Well, with growth comes
growing pains,
issues, and plate movements, and, oh, my ankle's sore. Well, you grew 8 inches. Yeah, that's how things work. So I'm fine with this. The Packers have been very clear about what their direction is. I don't believe they've mailed it in and said, we're not going to win any games. I don't think that at all. But when you decide to do the things, when you know the NFL is about 4 or 5 plays, typically shift a game. Mm-hmm. And if your young players are on it and they shift the game in the right way, then you're way ahead of the curve. And that's when things get awesome. But that typically doesn't happen. So as a fan, let's just know what we're signing up for with this new program.
844-770-3776. 844-770-3776. This is bigger than cutting the punter and not bringing back Methuselah Lewis, okay? We're not looking at the micro here. I'm talking about the macro of this entire roster.
Yeah, and Jason, this kind of reframes from what you asked last week, because that's the precursor to what we're seeing. Anybody that thought Pat O'Donnell was going to make this team, when you listen to Goody, that would be against everything that he was just talking about.
Right.
Pat O'Donnell's grown. He's a full-grown man.
Right.
He's not going through any pubescent, whatever it is, changes. He is who he is.
His voice is changing.
So when you're looking at it, you're saying, well, they're going to always go, they're going to pick the younger guy. The NFL has always been a young man's game. And what I thought was really interesting, I saw Bill Belichick's comments on his radio show out in Boston. And in essence, what he's saying is you cannot go all in, paying a bunch of older veterans, and sustain it. Tampa, the Rams, you have to do it a certain way. And I think the Green Bay Packers, if this is executed, really has threaded that needle of we went all in and contended and put it in. And now some people argue last year they didn't go all in. Maybe, maybe not.
They traded the best wide receiver in football.
Yeah, I'm saying you could make an argument. You cannot, by the way, you cannot make an argument. You cannot make an argument in 20 and 21 they weren't all in. I won't listen to that because that's bunk. They were the 1 seed and they went all in. They did everything they could, spent up to the cap. But last year, you could say that with Devontae. That's fair. But his point is it is really hard to continue to win on a consistent level. And then my question back was, well, the Rams and Tampa wouldn't change a thing.
Right.
They'll go through some growing pains, but they got their chip.
Yeah.
And I think Packer fans, we would feel a lot better about going through this, although we feel pretty dang good. I'm shocked at how good we all feel.
Packers Twitter sure does. Yeah.
That is for now. Let's just wait and see if we're 5-6 weeks in, do we still feel that same way? I hope so.
All right. 844-770-3776. If you're all aboard this approach that the Packers are taking, great. I've seen a lot of tweets to that effect, so you can call in and say that. I would be curious if there are those dissenting voices that are like, this makes me nervous. And again, it's not about Pat O'Donnell. It's about all this youth all in one fell swoop. Mm-hmm. I do believe, and you heard me say it, maybe we can, I know we didn't turn it into the hotkey that you were looking for, but maybe we can find the exchange with Goody from last week.
Yeah, I think Jesse did hotkey it. I made 3 requests. And usually if I get 3 requests, Jesse pulls it off. 1, he kind of poo-poos me. 2, he's skeptical. And then when I go 3 times at him, he usually has it drawn up. Jesse?
I don't think he did that.
I didn't do it.
I think he was off.
I didn't do it.
Very much. All right. My point is that I think we should replay what Goody said and listen to it now with more evidence supporting what he said of what they're doing. And if you're great with that, I want to hear from you because there's a lot of you. If you're not, I really want to hear from you because I'm not seeing a lot of dissenting voices of, man, this is a lot of youth. And again, it's not about Pat O'Donnell. It's about kind of the big picture of what they're doing. And if you believe it, then I hope you're ready to deal with
Jason, I still, the thing that is so surprising, because we knew this was coming. We knew the youth movement was coming, and when Rodgers left, you knew it for sure. I don't understand the D-Bach part of this still. I'd love for Goody to explain it, because they could have gotten out from under his contract, and it would have taken that cap hit, but they said when they took Aaron Rodgers' cap hit for this year, it was a great day to be a Packer.
Right, yeah.
So, D-Bach is practicing once every 2-3 days. Hopefully he can get through the season. But that's the part of this that just, it's shocking. That's the part that none of that is the outlier in a scenario of,
right.
I'm not keeping anybody over 30.
Right, because he's not growing. He's a full-grown player.
Oh, there's no more puberty for that young man. No, he's a fully grown man.
When it's time to change. All right, 844-770-3776. We'll get to your calls. Tausch said that he loves competition. But the fact of the matter is, when it comes to Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin, there ain't no competition. They're far and away the best.
And let's talk a little bit about the birds and the bees. We're talking about puberty and some other things. No. I'm talking about nature. We want to keep all of that nature, wasps and bugs, and bleh, keep it out of your house. And you do that by getting a great new set of windows from Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. The 250 series from Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin include exclusive hidden screens, which can stay inside the window while you're not using it. And if you bundle up and save, get that 250 series patio door and 8 double-hung windows with exclusive hidden screens. You can pay as little as $188 a month. Now that is a good deal. Visit PellaWI.com today to learn more.
Just to clarify, that's $188 per month, not $188.
What did I say?
You said $188, but then usually you say
it's $188.
I just don't want people to call Gene and say, "Hey, I want my windows for $1.88 a month." Of course, that'll be
I ain't gonna lie to you. Great
monthly
clarification. Typically, when you do that, it irritates me. But that was one that I say, "Dankeschön, obrigado, grazie." All that stuff.
Appreciate your help on the clock management front, too. So we're there for each other. All right, 844-770-3776, 844-770-3776. We'll get to your calls next. It's Wilde and Tausch.
Wilde and Tausch is presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Call Gina Della from Pella at 855-PELLA-WI or visit online at PellaWI.com/radio. Sunday Night Baseball hits Houston this week.
The pitch. Good one. Good afternoon. 2-run homer for Tucker, and the Astros lead 2-0.
The rising Astros play host to the falling Yankees.
It's been a disaster this season. And yes, definitely a shock.
Our Sunday Night Baseball coverage gets underway at 5 o'clock right here on Milwaukee's home for Major League Baseball on ESPN Radio, 94.5 ESPN.
You're just going to have to live with it. That's what I told myself. And if you can believe it, that's what the doctors told me.
Since Andy was a boy, he had health issues, which later we would find were primarily due to his trouble breathing. So for 36 years, Andy lived with about 85% blockage in his nose. He had to breathe through his mouth, because when he tried to breathe through his nose, it felt like he was being suffocated. It affected his sleep, his work life, and his ability to play sports. And he wasn't going to let it ruin his life anymore. So he came to Advent. As bad as it was, his problem required a simple solution. In-office balloon sinuplasty and turbinate reduction. Procedures you won't find offered by big box healthcare. This is Dr. Madan Kandula. It's definitely possible that your nasal breathing problems have a simple solution too. You can hear Andy's story in his own words at adventknowsandy.com and begin on your path to breathing well and living better.
AdventKnows.com. Results may vary. Over the past year, we've been hard at work improving our sales processes, expanding and remodeling our facilities, investing in new technology, and continuing our commitment to serve our customers, employees, and community. That's why at Boucher, when our customers leave the dealership, we hope we've made a customer for life. Whether you're in need of a new vehicle, are stopping in for routine maintenance, or are in need of collision work, we will be here to help. With 20 locations throughout southeastern Wisconsin and 30 brands, we've got thousands of new and used vehicles for you to choose from. Our dedicated employees have been named a 2022 top workplace for the past 11 years, and we always have been and will continue to be family-owned and operated. Proud to be your Wisconsin family dealership group since 1977. Visit us today at Boucher.com.
Make the most of your summer at Maddie's Bar and Grill in New Berlin and the new Big Backyard. Greetings, ESPN Milwaukee listeners. This is Matt Anderson from Maddie's, and I invite you to check out our outdoor party paradise, featuring our new amphitheater for live music weekly and built-in 18-foot jumbotron for incredible sports viewing parties. Multiple bars, including Tapville, Greater Milwaukee's first self-pour bar featuring craft cocktails, wines, seltzers, and beer. Can't wait for you to see what we've created. See you when I'm looking at you.
To be labeled as bourbon, a whiskey must be distilled from a mash that is at least 51% made of this grain.
What is corn?
Correct.
I'll take liquor for 800.
A cocktail of rum, grapefruit juice, lime juice, simple syrup, and maraschino liqueur is a daiquiri named for this American author.
Who is Ernest Hemingway?
Correct again, Marie. You're on a roll.
Liquor for 1,000, Ken.
Taking a shot of whiskey and immediately chugging a beer is a quote-unquote recipe for this drink, named because it was once served to workers ending their shifts.
What is a Boilermaker?
Unbelievable. Tell us, how do you know so much?
Well, Ken, I am from Discount Liquor, where we have an encyclopedia-like knowledge of all things alcohol. We've been a family-owned and operated business since 1960, and we've all grown up with alcohol as a second language. Our business has literally served multiple generations of Wisconsinites. In Milwaukee, on 51st and Oklahoma, and in downtown Waukesha, on Main and Barstow.
Discount Liquor. You're listening to Wilde and Tausch on 94.5 ESPN. Presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin and sponsored by American Family Insurance.
844-770-3776. Let's get to your calls. If you're fully on board with this approach, great. If you're a dissenting voice, I want to hear that too, because I have not seen a lot.
Let's be honest. You don't have a choice. You get on the board or get off the boat. That boat's leaving.
Quick tweet from Jordan, not Love. I really feel like signing veterans with Rodgers got under Goody's skin, and he feels free to run the team the way he wants, much like a coach.
A little overcorrection, if you will.
Perhaps, yes. Interesting perspective from Jordan.
Did Goody sign? Let's be honest about it. Did Goody sign that many veterans last year?
Oh, you just said they went all in. 20 and 21.
No, I said they went all in 20 and 21. I said you made a good point that last year it's tough to argue. You go all in by trading the best receiver in football. I'll agree with you on that.
Thank you.
By the way, you also told me Sam Watkins is going to be dynamite. So
yeah, I was definitely wrong about him. And you were right about him. 844-770-3776. Let's head down to Tulsa. That's in Oklahoma. And start with Brandon. Brandon, good morning, buddy. How are you today?
Hey, good morning, guys. Good to hear you. So I've got a theory that I've been thinking about, because this whole roster moves that he's made over the past several months really had me scratch my head. I mean, I didn't bat an eye when he traded Rodgers. That made sense. I mean, it had to happen at some point. I didn't start getting confused and worried until all the vets from the last few years were either going traded or unsigned, whether it's Mason or Mercedes Lewis.
Adrian Amos.
Adrian Amos. I mean, it's a completely new direction. And I started thinking, does this guy not worry about his job? I mean, GMs know that their job's got an expiration date. It's a results-based business. And you can have a vision, but they've already had one losing season. How many years is he willing to risk losing before he's out? And then I thought, well, is there any chance that Murphy's pulled him aside like Murphy did with Ted? He told Ted, the job's yours as long as you want it. And that kind of turned out to be a bad deal at the end because Murphy just didn't check in. Is there any chance that he's told Goody, look, I'm gone in 2 years, but the guy that I'm replaced with, he and I have already talked, this is your team. This is your 4 or 5 year window with Jordan, so do whatever you want. And that's why Goody's doing this, because he's not building a roster like a guy who's worried about his job. I know he doesn't care about this year's results, but, I mean, the next 2, 3, 4 years, we all know it takes franchise players multiple years to develop to step into that role. This team's littered with first and second year guys that Goody hopes are the franchise core players of his team. And there's no way he's going to build a roster and think, well, I'm not going to let somebody else come in 2 years after I get fired and reap the benefits of what I'm doing. So I almost wonder if he knows I'm going to be here in 2027, 2028, so I don't care what the team looks like the next 2 years because I'm not going anywhere. Is that crazy? Because I don't like what he's doing. I want to win every single year.
That's a good,
okay?
Good call, Brandon. Go ahead. Go ahead. I was trying to help you out. Brandon was making a lot of really good points.
I know.
And my point back would be, Brandon, if he isn't right about these young players, he's gone. Goody has put his eggs in this basket. He's not getting. He might get this year. He ain't getting 2 bad years. He's not going to get 2 more bad years. And as far as the Mark Murphy component to this, Mark Murphy isn't handpicking who's taking over.
No, he's not.
The board is, and it's going to be a highly coveted job. And don't you think when that person gets in, don't you think that person is going to want to put their stamp on things? Because I think they do.
Yeah.
And as long as Goody has shown that Jordan Love is really good and that these young players that he's developing with Matt LaFleur are really good, he's going to be fine. But if he's not, he's putting himself out there with these moves he's making, which I like. He has conviction about what he's doing. So the idea that his job is secure until 2027, Mark Murphy can't make that claim if he is, and he wouldn't have done that anyways. But there is no doubt this is a results business. And if Goody has a 2-year window here with Jordan Love and whatever happens to get it done and to show signs that they're winning, if he does not, there'll be new sheriffs in town. Maybe Peyton Manning.
So I still can't believe that's his nickname. All right, so in the conversations that I have had with multiple people, like a lot more than 2 also, there is a very convinced group of people that believe that once Goody and LaFleur got their extensions, remember those extensions they got last year that no one wanted to acknowledge that existed? Yeah. Mm-hmm. That was the emboldening moment for them to say, and look, I think it's more Goody than LaFleur because I don't think LaFleur has anything close to the same level of security that Goody does. I just don't. I think that's what happens with coaches. It's not about him. It's about how things work for coaches and the fact that they're on the same plane. It's not Goody's his boss, but that emboldened the big 3, if you will, of Russ Ball, Brian Gutekunst, and Matt LaFleur to say, hey, let's do it our way now. We've got the security of these contracts. If we're sick of the crap that we put up with.
How many years did they sign? These covert contracts, how many years did they sign for?
I think they're at least 4 years, and they might be 5.
Okay. Yeah.
I do not know that for certain, but that is my understanding.
I understand your point, and you're kind of saying they're emboldened. And great. They should be emboldened. It's their job.
That's not my point. That's what I was told. That's what I was told.
Well, but so my point back to you is if they have 2 seasons where they're not very good, they're going to clean house. You're going to have a new president. They're not going to let 3 years of no playoffs go. That's not going to happen here. So if they get a year, this is a year that they can play with. But if this team doesn't show great signs of improving, and then they're not a playoff team next year, you think things are going to stay status quo in Titletown when there's a new sheriff in town? I don't think so at all. I think they need to show the improvement, and then next year, as you put it, next year we'll be back to the expectation game of what Titletown has always been. This year, they're getting a reprieve from our fans. Mm-hmm. And you know what? They should. This is the move. But if you're wrong on these young players, if you're wrong on too many of them,
right,
that's the business they're in.
Right, and you could be wrong on, say, Luke Musgrave, not because he's not big, strong, fast, athletic, and could play like Gronk, but the guy played 2 games his final year of college, and he's had injury issues. You could be wrong on him because he can't stay healthy. I don't know what Romeo Dobbs' situation is, but he missed a good chunk of his rookie season when he was off to a great start. I don't know how severe this hamstring injury is. And with this story from Bill Huber that they're going to cut the long snapper and then bring him back on Wednesday because they have to use a roster spot for a guy they're going to put on IR, I certainly, if you're a Packers fan, you're hoping and praying that player isn't Romeo Doubs that they're going to use the IR designation for. I don't think it is, but I guess I can't rule that out.
Well,
so
who else would it be?
Dontavion Wicks, maybe, would be the other possibility. But again, my point is that you could be wrong and still have been right in your evaluation of the player in terms of his talent. But if you're wrong on too many of these guys, you could end up.
That's not how you're judged.
I know.
Jason,
that's what I'm
that's
saying.
Not how you're judged.
Right, and that's what I'm saying is that you could have picked the greatest players ever, but if they can't stay healthy and you don't win, it doesn't matter why you were wrong. You're just wrong. 844-77.
Yeah, and I guess the point is, as we go to break, is that's all great. This idea that these guys are doing this because they feel super secure about their job. For now, yeah, they're doing this because they think this is the right move for the Green Bay Packers moving forward. They believe in these young players. You don't do it if you don't believe in these guys.
Right.
And if you're right, it's awesome. And if you believe, that belief becomes reality.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Then you're built. Then you're set up for another great run. If you're wrong, you lose your job. That's it. That's how it is. That's the business of the NFL. And those guys will be the first to tell you that you can't go 3 years in Green Bay and not make playoffs. You can't. It's not. That is not going to be. That's not going to be taken. That won't happen.
844-770-3776. We'll get to more of your calls, so if you're on hold, stay there. We'll get to your texts as well. It's with Wilde and Tausch.
On the air, on air, online, and on demand. Get all your favorite ESPN Wisconsin content anywhere you get your podcasts for free. The new Wisconsin On Demand. It's free, it's everywhere, and it's for you.
Juniper Pools is kicking off football season in a big way this year. Purchase a spa between July 29th and August 31st, and you win when our team wins. If the green and gold win the big game, you'll receive your hot tub purchase for free. If they win the division, you get $1,000 back, and if they make the wild card playoff game, you score a $250 in-store gift card. For complete promotional terms and conditions, visit poolpeople.com. Get ready to relax and back the green and gold this season with Juniper Pools on West Wisconsin Avenue by Costco in Appleton.
A bank that goes the extra yard? You got it. Show your love for the green and gold with Packers checking only from Associated Bank. Make every transaction a touchdown with your Packers debit MasterCard. And when you use it at the Packers Pro Shop, at the stadium, or online, you'll get 10% off. Associated Bank's Packers checking scores the home field advantage by delivering Midwest-based customer care, outstanding value, and more. Get in the game and learn more today at AssociatedBank.com/Packers. Member FDIC.
I'm coming.
Hi, Mark Tauscher. Tausch, you have mosquitoes in here.
It's like an insect zoo right now at my house. Here comes that wasp again. Incoming.
Shoo, you need Pella's 250 series of windows with exclusive hidden screens, protecting you from nature.
Yes, please. Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin to the rescue.
Get a 250 series patio door and 8 double-hung windows with hidden screens as low as $188 per month. PellaWI.com. Certain restrictions apply. See showroom for details. Offer ends 8/31/23.
Hey, it's ESPN Milwaukee's Gabe Knight, so ready to celebrate Labor Day week on 94.5 ESPN. Sponsored by Perky's Old Fashioned, a ready-to-pour bourbon or brandy mix with the alcohol already in it. Get perked up this Labor Day with an easier-than-ever Wisconsin Old Fashioned. Just add the soda of your choosing to Perky's brandy or bourbon mix and enjoy. Find your nearest Perky's location at perkyspirits.com and get 15% off Perky's merch using the code PERKY15. Happy Labor Day from 94.5 ESPN and Perky's Old Fashioned, your bartender in a bottle.
There's only one place in Milwaukee where every day of the year, dreams and reality get together for a great time. Where you can walk in a player and walk out a winner. That place, Potawatomi Casino Hotel. With fantastic dining, gaming, sports betting, a luxurious hotel, and endless ways to win, the excitement never stops. The only thing missing is you. Your win is waiting. Only at Potawatomi Casino Hotel. Visit our website to learn more. Must be 21 to enter casino.
Hey, Drew Scott here, and I'm Jonathan Scott, reminding you that life's better with a home policy from American Family Insurance. They can help you get just the right protection at just the right price and help you save when you bundle home and auto. kind of like Goldilocks and the Three Bears. It'll be just right for you. We love a custom build. American Family Insurance. Insure carefully, dream fearlessly. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. Visit amfam.com to learn how discounts may apply to you. American Family Mutual Insurance Company SI and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
When you want the best medical attention, you don't just go to anybody, you go to a specialist. The same should be true with your car or truck. I'm Jim Token, president of the Auto Dealers Association of Metro Milwaukee. When your vehicle needs service, take it to a specialist, an Adam member new car dealer. Adam dealers use factory-warranted parts, the latest diagnostic equipment, and certified manufacturer technicians specially trained on the advanced technology on your vehicle. They have all the latest manufacturer service bulletins and will know if your issue is covered by an existing warranty or if there are any recalls. And despite what you might assume, their prices are as low or lower than independent shops, even on routine maintenance and tires. Now, knowing all that, why would you even consider going anywhere other than an Adam member dealer?
For great paying job opportunities, visit adam.com. That's ADAMM.com.
The Badgers Outsider on Wilde and Tausch. He's brought to you by PDS, providing IT solutions and transforming IT for area companies for over 30 years. Find what solutions they can offer you at pdsit.net.
Let's get some more of your calls. If you're joining us late, we're not talking about Pat O'Donnell getting cut yesterday. We're talking about the bigger picture of how young this team is, and are you fully on board with the excessive youth movement that is underway? If you are, great. We want to hear from you.
Is it excessive? Is it excessive?
Yeah, maybe that's, in my opinion, it is. Yes. In Goody's opinion,
you love old guys. You love old guys, too.
I do love old guys. 844-770-3776. Let's start with Chris in Brookfield, who may or may not be an old guy. Chris, good morning. How are you today?
I don't know if 65 considers it being an old guy or not, but
65 is the new 40.
Young man's game.
There we go. Hey, I'm perfectly fine with it. I've called in before, and I expect a 5 to 7, maybe 8 win season. I like the youth movement. I like what it's going to be. But the problem is, Packer fans also got to realize, you go back and look at the history of all the receivers, other than maybe Jennings and the glorious Sterling Sharp, none of them became anything until their third and fourth years. Jordy averaged, 2 touchdowns a year? His first 3 years until he actually broke out in the Super Bowl. So, the youth movement I'm fine with. Now, you guys were talking about, Devontae. Well, till somebody can prove to me that was Goody's decision and not Murphy's to sign him, until somebody can prove to me it was Goody's decision to sign Rodgers to a $151 million contract, to me, both of those have Murphy written all over it. And I like the youth movement. It's time for a change. Am I going to miss Mercedes Lewis blocking down on the line? Yeah, but if LaFleur is right and they want to run that same kind of power play with that, maybe they don't have the right type of tight end, but they also got a bunch of offensive linemen that you see other teams put in that position when the time comes. And I also think Goody's going to be looking for a tight end coming from people's other cuts. They let go of the rookie.
Mm-hmm.
He couldn't play any special teams, but I bet you he'll be on the practice squad.
No, you're right about a bunch of that, Chris, and I agree. They have to find another tight end. Wherever he comes from, they need another tight end. They don't have enough on the roster right now. And thanks for the call. Look, I don't know what Mark Murphy, how much pressure or how much decision-making he exerts over the football operation. But it's certainly more than Bob Harlan did. That I know.
Agreed.
Whether he's sitting in the red zone meetings or not, as we've joked about, I'm not sure. But, again, I think you're right, that there are certainly aspects of the presidency now that are different than they were before. Let's get to a couple more calls here. Let's go to Christian in Madison. Christian, good morning. How are you today?
I'm doing just fine. I really want to talk about Mason Crosby because I've been listening to it for a while now, and I love Mason Crosby. He's been great, but he was dead last in touchbacks last year, and the special teams was getting pounded every kickoff because Crosby had too few touchbacks. So you got Bisaccia, whose specialty is the special teams, and he's the one that's behind this. He's the one that understands the way this works. So it's not a matter of personal. It's not a matter of they want to lose. They're trying to improve the team's chances to win. That makes sense?
Well, yes and no. We really think the touchbacks are the biggest, is that really that vital?
Yeah, because if you're watching, when the special teams get the crap beat out of them every time because Mason Crosby's plunking this down on the 5-yard line, okay, by the end of the game, they're exhausted. If you watched it, they were exhausted. That's what lost in that San Francisco game. These guys are dead. So if you take that away, take that pounding away
The
throughout the game.
San Francisco game was the year before, though. They were good in their kickoff coverage wasn't terrible last year.
This guy's making an improvement. Okay, this is what he does.
Well, we'll see.
And you guys are yours is sentimental. That's projection.
All right, now wait a minute. Wait a minute. Because there's also
Jason. I got one quick question one quick question. So you get your kickoff stuff. Obviously, he had the knee injury. He's been very upfront about that, and he didn't have the same distance. But by the way, 56-yard field goal in last year. I think it was that against Detroit that hit the crossbar in the cold. His distance still was accurate. If you had to pick right now a game-winning kick against the Chicago Bears in 2 weeks, but I'm asking you, would you rather have Anders Carlson kicking it to win, or would you rather have Mason Crosby?
Didn't he just hit a 57-yarder
in a preseason game? Mm-hmm.
Well, now you're judging the kid. You haven't even seen him play in a regular season game, and you're judging this kid. Now you're the one
I am judging
that are saying this kid can't do it. Well, okay, so if you judge him and Bisaccia can't judge Mason Crosby, who's in the right here?
Oh, we'll find out. We'll find out. I mean, obviously, you want to go young. You want to get the young kicker, less money, and all that's great. But if you're asking who do you trust when you want to win tight football games, most coaches are going to say Mason Crosby. And by the way, Bisaccia, once Goody decided he wasn't going to pay Mason the going rate or wanted to go young, Bisaccia loves the Carlson family. He coached his brother. So I get all of it, but I think the problem I have with your points, the touchback stuff, that's fair. I think that's a fair point. But if you're asking me who I would trust to make a game-winning kick, Mason Crosby's made a ton of game-winning kicks in his career. Doesn't mean he's getting older that he's going to still stay that way, but I'm guessing he's going to land on a spot. And if you're a playoff contender, you're going to go with a veteran kicker over a rookie. That's my point.
They also have gone with a punter who can kick off as well with Daniel Whelan. Mm-hmm. So if Daniel Whelan is going to be kicking off, that's another option for them. So I don't know. I guess my feeling is that felt like a lot about touchbacks to me. Like more than
it's. But you know what? In fairness, that is a part of the game. The Packers' special team has markedly gotten better under Rich Bisaccia. Yeah. Their return game's better. So you want to be able to kick the ball in the end zone. Mason will be the first to tell you, and I think that is a part of why Brian Gutekunst decided it was the decision to move forward. I think that did play into it. So now you want to get younger. Do you want to get younger everywhere? And it seems as if outside of David Bakhtiari, the answer is yes. And that's fine. But then when you miss a kick late and you lose a game that you should win, are you going to blame Brian Gutekunst? Are you going to blame Anders? That's the question I have. I don't know the answer to that.
Let's get one more call real quick. Let's talk to Mike in Franklin. Mike, good morning. Thanks for holding on. What do you got for us?
Hi, guys. How you doing?
Great. How are you?
Hey, real quick. Good. I'm doing well, thank you. Hey, I listened to the last call, and I guess I'm going to agree with Tausch on this. You got to go with the experience. You know, Crosby's a proven commodity. You don't know what you're going to get. Not saying the young guy might not be able to do it, Carlson, but you got to go with the proven commodity. And I guess when I called it initially, I said, hey, I was telling Jesse, hey, if you go to the doctor, you want an experienced doctor. If you're in a fire, you want an experienced fireman. Experience means something, and I don't think they have enough guys with experience to teach. They're teachers. They're teaching these young guys how to do the job.
And that, Mike, is my argument, is that I'm not saying that you have to have a team full of 30-year-olds, but 3 is a really low number.
It is.
It's just, and that's why I use the word excessive. It's not, I don't have a problem. You had to get younger and cheaper. You pushed all that money out into the future. I'm not surprised that they did this, but the degree to which they did it, the 3 guys that I would argue here about this season are Mason Crosby, Mercedes Lewis, and Adrian Amos, none of whom are making more than a couple million a year with their current teams that they're now on instead. And Mason Crosby obviously isn't with anybody yet, but he will be, perhaps even in Nashville. He doesn't even have to leave his new town. But my point is that those are 3 positions that aren't expensive, and there's value in that experience. That's all. I'm not saying you got to bring in the Sammy Watkins 2.0, who's played a long time in the league but stinks. I was wrong about him. Go with the young receivers there. I don't have a problem with that. But it would be nice if you had one of those veteran receivers, like a James Jones type, in the room, along with these young guys. Because I don't want to hear about what great leaders Romeo Doubs and Christian Watson are. They're great guys. That's great. But they don't have enough experience to truly be leaders. Tausch wasn't getting out there in year 2, even though he started 14 games as a rookie. 14, right? And suddenly now Tausch was a leader in the room. That's not how that works. Tausch, tell everyone about your favorite Tito's beverage, and then we'll get to our text.
Oh, the Tito's was flowing yesterday with the old grape cocktail juice. Oh, baby. And you're right now, you can take it to the house this season and enjoy tailgating from your own backyard. Tito's wants to make sure you have the best tailgate on the block. You can win game day gear for your next gathering simply by entering to win at Tito'sTailgate.com. Be sure to enter by November 15th for your chance to win a Solo Stove Grill, a Brewmate Back Tap for batched cocktails, or a Tito's football jersey. For official rules, visit Tito'sTailgate.com. That's Tito'sTailgate.com. Must be 21 to enter. Crafted to be savored responsibly.
Who gets your texts? Next, it's Wilde and Tausch.
Wilde and Tausch continues next on 94.5 ESPN. Presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. And sponsored by American Family Insurance.
I'd been living with a snoring problem nearly my entire life. In fact, I can remember my mother teasing me, saying that I'd snore so loudly that the walls of our house would cave in with each breath.
Fast forward only recently, when Jessica's snoring forced her husband out of their bed and into another room. It's a pretty common situation. We call it a sleep divorce, and that's not good. I'm Dr. Mothan Kandula with Advent. After Jessica had a thorough breathing triangle evaluation, we found that her snoring problem required a simple solution. In-office balloon sinuplasty. It's a 20-minute procedure, and it works. You won't find it offered by Big Box Healthcare, but you will find it at Advent, where we offer every effective snoring and sleep apnea solution available. You can hear more of Jessica's story at adventknowsjessica.com and take your first step towards breathing well so you can live better.
Breathe well with simple solutions. AdventKnows.com.
Results may vary.
It's Labor Day week here on 94.5 ESPN, sponsored by Perky's Old Fashioned, a ready-to-pour bourbon or brandy mix with the alcohol already in it. Just add the soda of your choosing to their Perky's brandy or bourbon mix and enjoy. Find your nearest Perky's location at PerkySpirits.com and get 15% off Perky's merch using the code PERKY15. Happy Labor Day from 94.5 ESPN and Perky's Old Fashioned. Get perked up. Perky's is your local bartender in a bottle.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Oh, I cracked the hull of my new ski boat today.
Oh my God,
gosh, why'd you do that?
It's not like I was trying to do it, you know.
Sorry, that's rough, my bad, bro. Did anyone witness this epic fail?
Yes, there's videos galore, and now I'm a meme.
Accidents don't just happen in sea shanties, so Progressive Boat Insurance has you covered. Take as little as 4 minutes to see what you can save at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Covered subject to policy terms and not available for all boats or in all situations.
Fisco is always there for your auto body care. When accidents happen, Fisco Auto Body on Forest Home in Franklin is there when you need them. Got a broken mirror? They'll take care of it. Dented bumper? Scratch paint? Fisco Auto Body will take care of it. If there's any damage you need fixed, Fisco has you covered. Their expert workmanship is guaranteed for the life of your vehicle. So stop in for all of your auto bumps and dings. Once again, you know the line. That's Fisco.
Friday Night Lights flip this switch on Thursday this week. Catholic Memorial takes on Milwaukee Lutheran Thursday night. Gabe Neitzel and Mike Podol get coverage started here on 94.5 ESPN Thursday night at 6:45. Catholic Memorial Football on 94.5 ESPN is brought to you by R&R Insurance, Gerald Nell Inc., Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin, Wind Dancer Balloon Promotions, Suburban Asphalt, Perspire Sauna Studio, Home Sealed Exteriors, BC Adhesives, and Lake 5 Landscape Supply.
It's ESPN Wisconsin's Ben Brust for Road America, where vintage racing lives on. Experience the sights, sounds, and smells from motorsport's pioneering age in historic Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. Road America's 2023 season offers numerous opportunities to watch vintage race cars take on the iconic 4-mile road course. The Aaron's Art of Wheels Vintage Weekend wraps up the 2023 Road America race season September 15th through the 17th. Get your tickets today at roadamerica.com. Road America, America's National Park of Speed.
This is Wilde and Tausch on 94.5 ESPN. Sponsored by American Family Insurance. Insure carefully, dream fearlessly. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
From Matt Coonan via the Wilde and Tausch Twitter feed. The Mercedes-Lewis argument is tough to argue since they've currently replaced him with, quote, guy soon to be waived by another team. Not wrong.
Fair point.
Not wrong. Jesse, what do you got from the text portion of the Talk and Text line?
First one up here from Scott in Manitowoc. I'm not okay with all of the youth movement. They could have kept Pat O'Donnell and Mason Crosby and Mercedes Lewis when the kicking game cost them a few wins that could possibly give them a shot at sneaking into the playoffs. That's kind of the argument that you've made throughout this, right?
Yeah, and
it's a fair
they're not
point.
expensive. Those guys are not expensive.
And it's 1 year. It's not like you're going to be giving out big multi-year deals. You know, Mason is still out there. He's going to probably play on a 1-year deal.
Correct.
So I get it. I understand that you're going young and you want to, really refresh the roster, and you needed to. I don't have a problem with the wide receiver. I don't want you bringing in a Sam Watkins or somebody that just can't play anymore and say, well, yeah, that'll be great. Great leader. You still have to be able to play. If you want to have a coach, hire a coach. So that argument, Mercedes Lewis can still play, and they said that.
Right.
Goody said it.
Yeah.
LaFleur
Still a good
said
player. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's the part. It's one thing if you're just like, we see some slippage. He obviously thought that about Mason, or I believe Mason would have been back. But he felt that way, like our caller a couple calls ago.
And my point is that if you're the Packers of 2023 and you have a couple of close games, and look, Christian and Madison is right. Anders Carlson nailed a 57-yard field goal just before halftime on Saturday against the Seahawks. And he could do that in a game that actually counts to the standings multiple times. I'm not saying he can't. I'm saying that he has not proven in the NFL that he can. And Mason Crosby has.
And it sends a message, and again, sending messages to your locker room by how you shape your roster does matter. It does.
Right, and
guys have to prove themselves. And now, if Anders Carlson goes out and wins a game in Chicago with a game-winning kick, you know what? All of a sudden, everybody's going to trust him a lot more
no
than
doubts.
what they do right now. So there is the building, and that's what Goody was saying to you, the opportunity. Okay, that's all great, but within opportunity costs, you're going to have some tough moments too, and you could have those with veterans. But all I'm saying is, when you're in a locker room, trust is everything. You have to trust that, hey, my right guard is going to take this guy's shoulder so that I can come down and make a cut block. You trust that that's going to happen. You trust that your GM and your personnel people are putting your team in the best position to win. I think that's what Goody's thoughts are. I just don't know if he's saying it for this year. And I think for anyone that's looking at it from a different perspective, I don't know what to tell you.
And my argument about the kicking game, which the last text pointed out, is this. Yes, you could sneak into the playoffs. Yes, that could be the difference between and I would argue that when, and I've said this before, when Jordan Love leads you into position for a 49-yard game-winning field goal and you miss it, yeah, you can still say, well, Jordan got him in position, but it's not the same as when it gets made and you win. And maybe Daniel Carlson makes it. But you have a couple of those games, and Anders Carlson, yes, thank you. You have a couple of those games, and those are the difference between sneaking in the playoffs or not.
And Jason, the other thing, too, narratives get shaped. We saw this with Rodgers. Oh, he can't win a game.
No comeback victories.
So all of a sudden, Jordan Love can put you in position 3 times. You miss 3 kicks. They'll say, Jordan Love's never let a comeback. So that's where, again, does that matter? Perception does matter. Yeah. And belief in what you're doing matters. So, again, Goody has stuck to his conviction. He is all in on this philosophy. Right. And as long as he has brought in the right players, this is going to be really fun. Mm-hmm. You're going to see a lot of growth, and you're going to see a lot of craziness, which is going to be a ton of fun to cover and to watch. But is it the most consistent way to win? It's not. But you can grow to get there. And I think most Packer fans have now acknowledged, hey, this is going to be a fun year to just, we don't have any expectations. That's great. I feel very confident that Titletown and Packer Nation aren't going to be looking at this in 24-25 and saying, oh, boy, they're really growing. Oh, they won 5 games. That's just not going to be the mentality of our fan base.
Before we get to one last text, I would also say this to those that say, well, do you really want to sneak into the playoffs? Yes.
Yes.
Yes. The idea of Jordan Love and all
teams,
these young guys getting in as the 7th seed and having their first playoff experience, whether they win or lose, if this is not supposed to be that Super Bowl winning season anyway, hey, let's get them to 9-8 and let's get them a year of playoff experience to get through that so they're ready for the next one next year. So, yes, sneaking into the playoffs would be fine. It'd be a good thing.
J-Dub, somebody Jesse just put this tweet up on the thing. Do you think that this youth movement has been a roster upgrade at all of those spots?
Potentially, right?
Okay.
Talent-wise, potentially.
That's the case. Goody's right on he's nailed it. If that is
potential
the case.
Gets you fired. But, do we think that and nobody loves Rudy Ford more than me other than, his parents and his uncles that nicknamed him Rudy. But do we think Rudy Ford is a significant upgrade over Adrian Amos? I mean, if we really want to argue about the safety position, they're keeping Darnell Savage because they're paying him nearly $8 million. It certainly isn't because he is Troy Polamalu out there, right? I mean, if they could do it over, would they give him the 5th-year option? They benched him last year. Mm-hmm. So we're going to shift gears to Badgers football because it is the triumphant return of the Badgers outsider. I don't know where he's been, Tausch. Maybe he was at Fortria doing some testing because he's been gone a long time.
He's leaned out pretty nicely last time I saw him, so we'll have to, when he gets on camera, we'll have to take a look, see if he's Fortria eligible. But if you are looking for a little extra spending cash, whether you got a home remodel or if you're looking to get out to Las Vegas, which I know I am, to watch that Packer-Raider game, Fortria's got you covered with a couple of studies. Healthy adults ages 18 to 60 with a body mass index of 18 to 32. Study involves 2 stays of 15 nights with 7 follow-ups. And you can be compensated up to $13,820 plus $300 per qualified participant. They also have another trial. Healthy adults ages 18 to 50 with a BMI of 18.5 to 32. That study involves 1 stay of 14 nights, and you can be compensated $6,500 for your time. Go to FortriaClinicalTrials.com. That's Fortria, Fortrea, clinicaltrials.com to learn more.
Bill Huber of Sports Illustrated reports that Innis Thump Gaines and Shamar John Charles are the most recent cuts by the Packers. We will continue to keep you updated.
Any of those surprising to you?
I know they like Thump, but he's had some injury issues, and he gave up that touchdown in the game against Seattle as well. The Badgers Outsiders' triumphant return to the show is next. It's Wilde and Tausch.
Don't go anywhere. Another hour of Wilde and Tausch, presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin, is coming up next on ESPN Wisconsin, the ESPN app, and Wisconsin On Demand.
The Chevy Summer Drive is here. Time to set your sights on summer adventure with a brand new Chevrolet. Take your pick from a full lineup of trucks and SUVs, like the strong and capable Silverado with its powerful Turbo Max engine. There's the versatile and stylish Equinox with an EPA estimated 31 miles per gallon on the highway. Don't miss exciting offers on Chevy's award-winning lineup, and pack more fun into your summer. See your local Chevy dealer and visit WisconsinDriveChevy.com.
Juniper Pools is kicking off football season in a big way this year. Purchase a spot between July 29th and August 31st, and you win when our team wins. If the green and gold win the big game, you'll receive your hot tub purchase for free. If they win the division, you get $1,000 back, and if they make the wild card playoff game, you score a $250 in-store gift card. For complete promotional terms and conditions, visit poolpeople.com. Get ready to relax and back the green and gold this season with Juniper Pools on West Wisconsin Avenue by Costco in Appleton.
Blaine's Farm and Fleet's Labor Day sale is going on now, featuring unbeatable deals on fall essentials for your home, work, and vehicles. Like 5-quart jugs of Valvoline full synthetic motor oil, just $22.99 after sale and $10 mail-in rebate. All Blazer trailer lighting is 10% off for rewards members. Plus, when your car's in the shop, get 10% off in-store purchases with $100 or more spent on tire and auto service. See store for details. Tires and batteries, trust and care. A Blaine's Farm and Fleet promise since 1955.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local convenience store today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey, this is Tony Smith. You're listening to 94.5 ESPN, WKTI, and WKTI HD Milwaukee.
A locally owned Good Karma brand station.
Music means running across Barry Alvarez Field, bare-chested in his red and white striped overalls, face painted, part of a group of dudes that are coming to the game with Fickle spelled across their chests, and presented by PDS. The time has come for the Badgers outsider to make his triumphant return. But Tausch, tell us about our great partnership with PDS before Derek Blakesley appears on camera.
We love PDS. PDS has been providing technology solutions and transforming IT for area companies for over 30 years. PDS is giving today's worker the true ability to work from anywhere as they balance work and life. PDS wants to be your trusted partner in driving success with enterprise solutions, digital workplace platforms, and managed services that fit your needs. PDS, Paragon Development Systems.
Derek Blakesley, what are you doing here?
It's good to be back. It's good to be back.
Before we start, can you confirm or deny that now that Tausch has moved into the primary color analyst seat on the Badgers radio network alongside Matt LePay, that you are now taking his old spot as the third man in the booth for home games?
Oh, I didn't hear this.
I mean,
is this something?
This is really weird that you would ask that. I was going to bring that up today. So, obviously, let me just call Tausch out. There were changes that were going to be made in the booth. So, me and my old friend Rolo, we got a text chain with Tausch. I'm like, Tausch, it sounds like this might be time for Rolo and I to get our just desserts to get in the booth. Mm-hmm. It went on for a month and a half. You know who never texted us back?
Mark Tauscher.
Mark Gerald Tausch.
No, I texted you back and said that's not going to happen.
You were speaking in code. You never told us.
Yeah.
We said there was a groundswell of what I'll call grassroots support for me to get in the booth.
Grassroots.
I'm not currently under management as I was on my summer hiatus.
Unfortunately,
I had no one to
Derek,
represent me at the bargaining table, and I was odd man out.
Yeah, unfortunately, that grassroots, it's been a very dry summer. That's the problem. The roots didn't get fertilized.
The only drought I experienced was in our friendship. As soon as I brought up just bringing me along for the ride, just bringing the outsider along for the ride. I can tell you one thing.
All right, Derek.
That would be quite a ride for Badgers fans. I can tell you that. If that
yes,
ever
it would. All right, Derek. So I think you're going to be speaking. You're always speaking for the fan. But the excitement level that I'm feeling, that I think most fans feel, is this the most excited you've been for a Badger football opener since what? Since
94.
When for you?
94.
Well, you were like 12.
I was 14 years old and very into it. I can tell you that was
okay.
There was change, and if anybody had been to the pre-Alvarez games in the Morton era, it was like dead. So the fact that things were picking up at all, and we got a few players in, and there was heavy interest because it had been all Packers all the time up to that point. Younger people don't even remember. But yeah, if you contrast, Tausch, where we were sitting across from each other this time last year, I remember the look of malaise on your face, and through the laptop in Jason's basement, the look of malaise on his face of, okay, here we go. And we'd all heard some things.
Did you say mayonnaise or malaise?
Malaise.
What did you say?
See, you boys are not.
It's got a little pickle in it.
You're not used to the kind of.
Oh.
I'll get the level of language down where you guys can understand it. Where we're in a total different place now. Our eyeballs are going to be glued to the screen. I went on the graduation party circuit like I'm sure many people did this summer, and the talk at these graduation parties was that we got Aaron Rodgers out of here, number one, and two, everybody's excited to see what's going to happen with Wisconsin Badger football. It's a big deal, and I don't know hardly any. I'm just along for the ride. I feel like a fan. If the kids, it's amazing.
This is the first time that I think you could say, and it's crazy because you got a new coach and a new program, that the expectations are higher for the Wisconsin Badgers than the Green Bay Packers.
All right, wait a minute.
Since we've been doing this show.
Just stop. We're not going to pretend that what happened last year didn't happen last year going into the season. We on this program, and we could not have been more wrong, and it is the collective we. The conversation we had was, if the Badgers lose twice to Ohio State, and those are their only losses, is it a successful season? That is what we discussed on this very program. We should be embarrassed by that. But that's where the expectations were.
Yes, and why I brought this up, and this is what I wanted to ask Derek, is that I think the expectation game, because of Luke Fickell and because of how he's approaching things, it's so new and it's fresh and it's exciting, I think that we need to slow our roll a little bit. That's where I was going hear me out. We do need to slow our roll because, yes, last year we all got, we have this, we got these guys back, Braylon Allen, we're going to be this, and we're going to beat all these other teams aren't any good. And then you looked up and Paul Chryst loses his job, and we kind of befuddled through a season. So while the schedule looks nice and everybody's got, if we could beat Ohio State, all I'm saying is there's a lot of unprovenness with what's going on. So while we have high expectations, they're higher than for the Packers, if you're asking me, I still believe we need to kind of look at this holistically and not just assume that we're going to be playing in the Big Ten championship game come early December.
No.
That's all.
Well, unprovenness. Jason, I don't know how to work with that, but I'll run with it.
Well, you drop a malaise and you can't come up with a synonym for unprovenness?
I'll run with unprovenness. Look, this seed change that we called for on the show last year at the end of the year, I think we suffered through 4 years of Tausch's puffery, where he sat across from me talking about how close how close we were to Ohio State, and where I had to say, no, Mark, we're not. We're not
3 years ago I said that. I didn't say that last year. I did say that last year.
I think we knew what we were getting into, and when difficult decisions had to be made about what we wanted to talk about and where we wanted to be. And by the end, it was pretty clear that something needed to happen. Now, even if the Fickle hire doesn't somehow work out, which I think it will, you got to give credit where credit is due to our athletic director. What McIntosh had the stones to do and to line up, because I think we were worried, and I don't know you guys would agree, that we were going to be left behind as a have-not in the college football world, and Tausch did correctly frame this 2 years ago when he said this is going to become a lot like the NFL. So he was correct that way, and it felt like we were teetering on the group that was going to simply fall off the ledge. And the implications for that to our university, to our other athletic programs, to our downtown businesses, and to the Badger Boosters, it was a case that needed to be made. There needed to be an overhaul. And what we brought in and what has happened since is one of the most encouraging things I've ever seen for our college sports scene in Madison since the hiring of Barry Alvarez, frankly.
Derek, what are the positions that you're excited about, the potential? You used unprovenness. I like to use the word potential, right? Because that's what we're really banking on here of a lot of these players. Yeah, that's me. But also, I'll be honest, I like to think that I follow this team not as closely as you do because you live and breathe it. But usually I know more of the roster than I feel like I know right now. Do you feel like you've got a good handle on the roster today?
I feel really good about offense. And
because you bought those magazines at the grocery store?
I did not need to go to Walmart this year to read up. Didn't have to do it. That is the degree to which I have devoted my time and free time and concentration to this squad. What we have in the wide receiver room is going to be really special. And I think the fans are going to enjoy it. I mean, you got C.J. Williams, who's a special player. He's not even a 1 right now, looking at the depth chart. Skylar Bell, a guy I loved last year, going to play a lot, not a 1 right now. That's all you need to know about the speed. Well, I think we're going to have speed that's going to be able to separate on the outside, and some of the work we're going to be able to do with the quicker guys on the inside that is going to be really exciting. Now, there are some familiar names on the offensive line, and there's a little bit of added depth, and we got one key injury. But the bottom line is I think we're going to be good enough early with the competition we're going to see that Tanner Mordecai is going to have time. So we're going to see. That's the unknown. If Mordecai is really good, this team is going to be really good because we will outscore people. And I watched an interview with Braylon Allen. It was brief. It was short from this week where he asked about the offense.
Yeah.
And you could see by the smile on the young man's face.
God, you're a jerk.
This team, picking right up where we left off.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's like you never left, DB.
Yeah. I finally make the definitive Aaron Rodgers call, asked for him to be sent out. He's sent out, and all of a sudden the outsider's not on the air for a couple months. That's just the way it works. If Mordecai's good, guys, we're good. If Mordecai is really good, this team is going to be very difficult to beat, and the Ohio State's game is going to be fun.
All right. Well, the question that I want to ask next after we take a break is this. How certain are you that Tanner Mordecai is going to be good? Because there was a time when we were very certain that my guy was going to be the new Bo Callahan, right? I mean, that's what we thought about what did we call him? The Kansas what did we call him?
You loved Graham Mertz.
That's what you called him, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, you did.
You guys have had some
I did.
It's a story from Seinfeld of like the unbridled enthusiasm, and where I had to tamp it down, and now I feel like I can finally let you stallions loose and run around a little bit.
Well, and now he's the starting quarterback at Florida. So how good will Tanner Mordecai be? That is the question that I will present to the Badgers Outsider when we continue with our Derek Blakesley making his triumphant return to the show. Next, it's Wilde and Tausch.
This is Wilde and Tausch on 94.5 ESPN, presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin, and sponsored by American Family Insurance. Whether it's live or in podcast form, you've heard us on air with all of our shenanigans.
Gabe, I'm throwing some... Why are you throwing... I don't want...
Now see your favorite 94.5 ESPN shows streaming on video.
Made by me, by the way. I hit that microphone like 4 out of 6 times on that.
Subscribe to ESPN Milwaukee on YouTube and get notified when we hit the air live. Plus, you can watch back any second that you miss and see original digital content too. Watch, listen, interact. ESPN Milwaukee on YouTube.
Heading up north this summer for some golf? Be sure to book a tee time at the Ball Golf Course, an Arnold Palmer masterpiece just north of Milwaukee on the way to Kohler. It's the best destination for your next Wisconsin round of golf. Enjoy golf. Enjoy the bog.
A cat store!
Want to go see it?
Yeah!
Let's finally bring your mom's Illinois family a true taste of Wisconsin.
Right off I-94 in Kenosha, Mars Cheese Castle is a Wisconsin landmark. Along with over 1,000 cheeses, Mars has a meat market, bakery, bar, and restaurant. Spreads, curds, sausages, Kringles. Make Mars Cheese Castle a lunch stop and enjoy the best grilled cheese or Reuben on the planet. Make today your day to go to Mars.
Yeah!
Exit 340 in Kenosha.
Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin present your Badger Minute. Here's Alex Strofe.
This Badger Minute brought to you by UW Credit Union. For every stage of life, UW Credit Union is here for every you. Proudly serving Wisconsin for over 90 years. Hop in or hop online at uwcu.org to join. The wait is over, Badgers fans. It's officially game week, which means it's time to look at some of the numbers inside the 2023 Wisconsin football team. 4 days until game day for the 4 transfer wide receivers joining this new-look Wisconsin offense. Offensive coordinator Phil Longo welcomed 4 new wide receiver names to the room to join forces with the likes of Chimere Dike and Skylar Bell. Bryson Green comes to Madison from Oklahoma State. C.J. Williams comes from USC. And Will Pauling and Quincy Burrows both come with the head coach Luke Fickell from Cincinnati.
Bundle a 250 series patio door and 8 double-hung windows with hidden screens for as low as $188 per month at Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin at PellaWI.com.
Life's better with a home policy from American Family Insurance because you'll feel protected no matter how the wind blows. All so you can keep enjoying the home of your dreams. And our expert agents can help you save up to 23% when you bundle home with auto. Insure carefully, dream fearlessly. American Family Insurance. Get a quote? Find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. Visit amfam.com to learn how discounts may apply to you. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Here in Wisconsin, a good old-fashioned is an important way of life. And that's where my friends at Perky's Old Fashioned come in. Hey, it's ESPN Milwaukee's Gabe Neitzel here to tell you about the easiest way to put together an old-fashioned. Perky's offers both brandy and bourbon old-fashioned mixes. And get this, the booze is already in there. Just add the soda of your choosing, and you'll have Grandma Perky's Old Fashioned in the palm of your hand. Perky's is locally made and great for get-togethers of all kinds. Get perked up and head to perkysspirits.com for your nearest Perky's location.
Drive safely, Wisconsin. Highway workers are out on the road. They do it to better serve you. And just like you, they want to get home safely at the end of a hard day's work. When driving, all of us have a chance to set the right example. Be patient. Put down the phone. Never text and drive. Slow down and move over if possible to give workers a little extra room. Work zone safety. It's everyone's responsibility.
Sponsored by the Wisconsin DOT.
We don't want you on our team.
You're not the right fit for this job.
You're too slow and fast. Don't you care how you look?
Weight bias hurts. Go to stopweightbias.com. A public service message from Obesity Action Coalition.
Wilde and Tausch is presented by Tito's Handmade Vodka, America's original craft vodka produced in Austin, Texas, and naturally gluten-free. Tito's Handmade Vodka.
Jesse Has there been a musical change for the Badgers Outsider?
This is what he requested as new walk-up music for the new era of Badger football.
Well, that'll get us booted from YouTube probably.
I was just going to say, I'm sorry, we can't do that anymore. We're going to go to all generic, all-the-time music.
Wouldn't that be something if my weekly appearance resulted in a major removal from a certain platform?
No, DB, we get removed on YouTube pretty much every day. And it's all because of Jesse. He doesn't know what music is copyrighted. And is that accurate, Jesse, or am I crazy?
I think what happens sometimes with our YouTube stream is that we allow the music to play too long, so it recognizes it. So I think that's part of the
answer
problem.
was yes. The short answer was yes.
The answer is yes.
I mean, we could kill a fly with a flamethrower and decide to go with all generic, like random music, and that could work.
Well, what's more important? Hearing "Welcome to the Jungle" or people being able to watch the show on YouTube?
Let me get back to you on that, actually. Derek didn't text me about watching the show on YouTube last night. Listen, I figured, I talked to Jesse a little bit last night. I'm like,
sorry to hear that.
This is going to be there's going to be a major rebrand here, I think. I'm ready for the Motion W to go away. And I think there's going to be some things musically as the fan experience, trying to get the freshmen in the seat, or the students in the seats early. There's going to be a different feel to all this, and I'm trying to be part of the new era. I don't want to be left behind. So I'm experimenting.
Derek, I do believe you're going to be correct on one of those. You're not going to be correct on the Motion W. I feel fairly confident in that.
I'm just trying to get out ahead of it. I feel like it's time for this seed change, and we'll talk about it as the season rolls on. I think we'll see some things creatively with the logo and the branding.
All right, Derek. I asked you a question. I want an answer from you. How good is Tanner Mordecai going to be? Because you said if he's good, this team could be really good. That's a big if. Where do you place your expectations for the new Badgers starting quarterback?
Given what I see up front, and there's some depth there too, by the way. So we can, it's all injuries are always a big part of a team that has recruited to the level that we have in the past. If we get the protection up front, and what I see, we have never had a wide receiver.
Are we going to? Derek, are we going to? You keep saying if.
I think he's going to be successful, especially early. He's got the big arm. He's thrown a lot of passes. There's not like he's going to be seeing things he hasn't seen before. But I think there's going to be, to his, it was rough for Mertzy. It was tough for a lot of our quarterbacks. With the lack of depth at tight end, it caused some trouble schematically, and I think it really allowed our wide receivers to get in bad situations where they didn't have the right leverage. It just didn't work, especially about the second half of the third quarter when we get in these games and we start rolling out our major throwing packages. We've been doing that for years. We've struggled, and I think that's where you're going to notice the difference with Mordecai is coming out in the second half. We're going to see some fireworks from this team in some of these games, and we're going to outscore people. So despite the fact that I expect there to be more turnovers, is what I'm balancing this with, Mordecai is going to be really good because we're going to be able to play from behind if we need to, and we're going to be able to get a score if we need one. The potential's there because of who he's playing with. He's got the arm to deliver it. I know the spring game or the spring practice, people kind of took a step back.
The launch.
There was very little practice going into the new system with Longo at that point. It was bad weather, a lot of things working against us. I expect, and I'll get rid of the if. Mordecai is going to be good, and our offense is going to put up a lot of points, and it's going to be really fun. We just have to take the heartburn of more turnovers than we've ever kind of experienced. That's the give and take here. But, man, if you can't hear it in my voice, I'm so excited for Saturday I can barely contain myself, and we're 4 days away.
Yeah, I think the big questions, there's a lot of question marks, too. There's a lot of excitement. But, just listening to Luke Fickell talk yesterday, he has uncertainty, too. Because there's no scrimmages, there's no preseason games, so these guys are getting thrown out there too, without having any of that. And yeah, it's a team they should win, and they should win all of those things. But there's still that uncertainty, and you're asking offensive linemen to do things differently than you've done in the past. There's going to be more split, there's going to be more space, and hopefully that more space is going to allow Braylon Allen, Ches Malusi to exploit it, and the system. How it's implemented, I think it's going to be a unique experience for a lot of Badger fans that have not been paying a ton of attention and just showing up to go watch Buffalo. It's going to look a lot different, and we'll see how effective, or as Fickle put it yesterday, how clean you can play when you're kind of implementing all these new things, and it's against the new team and everything else. So a lot of excitement, yes, Derek.
Tausch.
A lot of excitement.
Tauschi, I'm feeling, if we were in therapy together right now, I'd feel like we need to dig deeper. You're doing a lot of limiting statements. You're trying to temper expectations against a Buffalo Bulls squad rolling into town.
No.
I think if we go to hell in a handbasket early, I think we can just hand the ball to Braylon Allen and really ride the running game and make some. So I'm wondering, are there things that we don't? Are we not sharing?
No, there's not going to be. First off, I'm not going to share things I can't share. But that's not what it is.
Oh man, there's a guy with a big job now.
I do believe that the expectations as far as what this program is going to be, I don't think it's going to. This is not a finished product. This is not something that we're going to see when you're starting to see all the 4- and 5-star recruits that are going to be a part of next year's class. I think we have to temper our expectations a little bit, not say, well, 12-0 or 11-1, and you beat Ohio like we did last year. I just want to make sure we're going into this looking at the whole picture and not just looking at it, well, they're going to go beat Buffalo. I would hope so. But just don't rubber stamp all these Illinois and all these other games, because we have been better in the past. We were better in the past, and then what happened last year? Illinois came in here and smacked us around. That's the point I wanted to make. Yeah, well, not any psychotic or
no. I'm not calling you psychotic, and it was you with the puffery last year, not me. The defense is where I get nervous. There's where we lack. Guys, we can't live in the past. We can't live in the past. We got to keep moving forward. It's that defense where I see that we brought a lot of guys in. I'm not familiar with a lot of them, and so the defense. Tressel, I think, has a tougher job in some ways than Longo, because Tressel's squad, we're gonna play a little bit differently there, and our ability to be as staunch against the run, and that's where our strength has been, is going to be challenged this year. Mm-hmm. And if we don't have that, how good are the guys that we brought in, and whether we get McDonald's
how much
release
depth
approved?
we have up front on that side of the ball.
The depth that scares the crap out of me, because guys are going to get hurt.
That's a big question mark.
And as
depth on that side,
as these conferences become gigantic and not even actually conferences anymore, as far as I'm concerned, you want all these games, you want all these premier games, I want all these premier top, but guys are going to get hurt a lot more frequently in those games. A Buffalo Bulls game is a lot different on the body than having to go out and play against an SEC team or a really good former Pac-12
The Buffalo Bills.
The Buffalo, isn't that
tougher to play the Bills?
Yeah. So that's where I'm nervous, is on the defensive side. But again, the whole package is such a fascinating thing, and we haven't seen any live action. If the kids come to me, this is the point. If my kids come to me and say, Dad, I want to go throw around the football on a Saturday afternoon, I'm going to say no. If my wife comes to me and says, I want to spend some time with you, and I want to talk, no. If someone says to me, you got to mow the lawn, there's things you got to do, no. My eyeballs will be watching Wisconsin Badgers football. And I'm not entirely sure that would have been my answer in the last couple of years. The eyeballs are going to be massive in numbers, and this is a big opportunity to showcase what we can do, and the potential for, as Tausch said, we've got 10 4-star guys already coming in next year, amongst others. This is the start of a really, really optimistic time in Badger football history.
Can I clarify before Tausch tells us about how we're all dreaming fearlessly about the Badgers with AmFam? When you say if your wife comes to you on a Saturday afternoon and says she wants to talk, is that a euphemism for what you're going to turn down because you're watching the Badgers?
Whoa, great question. Great question,
because
Jason.
I'll be honest, I don't want to tell you how to live your life by any means. But if she comes to you suggesting that she would like to do something other than have a conversation with you, and you turn down those opportunities for Badgers football, A, that's saying a lot about your passion for Badgers football, and B, it makes me question your judgment.
Yeah, well, let me tell you, if this euphemism,
God,
if this euphemism is accurate,
Jason, you're bringing this on yourself. Whatever happens here, you brought this. Just for the record.
I know this is all on me. Yeah.
You want to know how deep the passions run deep. So to an extent, so deep that I'm pretty sure all of that, if we're speaking euphemistically, of course, could be taken care of in a short commercial break. There's nothing to actually interrupt the course of the game. Believe me, pleasantries exchanged, contacts made, bows taken, bows taken, hearts breaking, get back to the ball game, and get in the intro.
All right, Badger fans, American Family Insurance wants to give you and a friend a VIP experience at a Badger football or basketball game during this coming season. You and a friend will receive pregame, sideline, or courtside passes, tour of the facility, and tons of great merch to support your Badgers. Enter today at amfam.com/Badgers. No purchase necessary. Dream fearlessly. Insure carefully. It's exactly what I thought was going to happen, Jason, and it's all on you. It's all on you.
You may think I regret that, but I don't.
I don't.
That was
No, I don't either.
We will move on from
Now,
Derek.
Lena might regret it, but we don't regret it.
I might not even leave the recliner.
You could have at least said college half times are like a lot longer than the average half
I
time.
appreciate his honesty, frankly.
Well,
Thank you for your honesty.
Plus, there's enough matchups I'm curious about that I want to tune into the halftime show.
Oh, yeah. Can't miss Rob Stone in the booth.
Oh, my God. One commercial to warm up, one to get her done. Commercial 3, cleanup time. Then we're back live. I'd probably even stir the chili once or twice.
Got to check in with Reese.
Yeah, you
My face hurts.
That's what she said.
More.
Keep it together, boys. We got to be pros. We got to break. This is the kind of stuff where I don't want to get invited back out.
More with Derek Blakesley after this commercial break. It's Wilde and Tausch.
Lena, are you here?
Wilde and Tausch continues next on 94.5 ESPN, presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin, and sponsored by American Family Insurance.
Hi everyone, John Miller here from PDS. PDS has been providing technology solutions and transforming IT for area companies for over 30 years. Today, we are helping organizations integrate digital workplace strategies that are giving today's worker the true ability to work from anywhere as they balance work and life both securely and productively. And as HP's largest partner in the area, our combined solutions have never been more important. If you're struggling with this, know we stand ready to help. From ideation to transformation, we can help you evolve your work from anywhere strategy. Learn more at pdsit.net.
I'm coming.
Hi, Mark Tauscher. Tausch, you have mosquitoes in here.
It's like an insect zoo right now at my house. Here comes that wasp again. Incoming.
Shoo, you need Pella's 250 series of windows with exclusive hidden screens, protecting you from nature.
Yes, please. Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin to the rescue.
Get a 250 series patio door and 8 double-hung windows with hidden screens as low as $188 per month. PellaWI.com. Certain restrictions apply. See showroom for details. Offer ends 8/31/23.
Take it to the house this season and enjoy tailgating from your own backyard. Tito's wants to make sure you have the best tailgate on the block. You can win game day gear for your next gathering by entering to win at Tito'sTailgate.com. Be sure to enter by November 15th for your chance to win a Solo Stove Grill, a Brewmate back tap for batch cocktails, or a Tito's football jersey. For official rules, visit Tito'sTailgate.com. Must be 21 years old to enter. Distilled and bottled in Austin, Texas. 40% alcohol by volume, namely 80 proof. Crafted to be savored responsibly.
Take your career to the next level with Carroll University's Master in Business Administration program. The MBA program combines the flexibility of hybrid learning with real-world collaboration as industry leaders show you how to thrive in the field. With 3 targeted MBA tracks, expert faculty, and a reputation for business excellence, Carroll puts you in the best position to succeed. Apply now and start in the fall at carrollu.edu/MBA.
Is joint pain, soreness, and achiness getting in the way of your best life? Football legend Emmitt Smith refuses to back down to pain. That's why he's a huge advocate for QC Kinetics and their natural approach to getting you relief.
Look, we get one trip around, so I wouldn't ever let pain stop me from hanging out with my race team, traveling with my family, or golfing with my friends.
Emmitt's got it right. And QC Kinetics uses regenerative medicine to relieve that never-ending pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, and back. And the best news, there's nothing foreign being introduced into your body. Just your own body's natural healing properties. No surgery or no downtime.
If pain's holding you back, maybe it's tennis, pickleball, running, hiking, or spending time with special people in your life, what are you waiting for? This is precious time. Get out there and get over to QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 414-285-3474. That's 414-285-3474. 414-285-3474.
For general contest rules, visit espnwisconsincontest.com.
What can you do in about an hour? You could take a nap, do some cleaning, have lunch with a friend, watch your favorite show, take a yoga class, go to the gym, or buy a car. At Ewald Automotive, you'll be in and out in about an hour. Go to ewaldauto.com, select the vehicle you're interested in, and get your instant price. Get a firm trade-in offer, customize your payment option, and even add your own protection plans. Then head to the dealership, and you'll be in and out in about an hour.
Go to ewaldauto.com.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people with different political views and life experiences are coming together through the power of conversation, and it feels good. Hear more at lovehasnolabels.com/one-small-step. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
Wilde and Tausch is presented by Tito's Handmade Vodka, America's original craft vodka produced in Austin, Texas, and naturally gluten-free. Tito's Handmade Vodka.
Continuing with the Badgers Outsider. I just want to say that I think we handled that extremely well. I thought that was entertaining radio. That's just my opinion.
We're all pros here. We're all pros.
TMI, perhaps.
Hey, Derek, what do you think is a bad score for a golf scramble? Like, if you have four pretty good golfers there, what do you think is a bad score?
Anything above a 67 or 68.
All right, so we shot 8 under yesterday, which I thought was okay. And the guy that hosted us, he said this is the worst scramble team I've ever been a part of. That was kind of a low blow.
Ouch!
Is that fair?
I think it's an indication of a guy who probably drinks a little too much on those scrambles, and they end up cheating. That's
Okay.
what it's all about. If you're playing in some official event that's a scramble, people are on the up and up. If you're playing in a regular scramble, it's odds are the lower score. You got one guy.
And by the way, it's totally unique circumstance yesterday. You know, I always talk about how long golf outings go, and we should go to a 9-hole. I don't think we can do the 9-hole. I don't think there'd be too many people that would be irritated. But they blow a double horn at 5.5 hours. You are done. Doesn't matter if you've played 12 holes or you've played 17. They double horn you and send you into cocktail hour. Unique, and I think maybe trend-setting. That's what they did yesterday.
I don't mind it at all. That's been discussed in golf circles forever. The 6 hour, 7. I mean, some of these, because you want to sell as many spots in these outings as you can.
Yep.
I totally get it, and I also can say on the score side of it, if you really get an A player, you can go low. But if you got 4 good golfers, a lot of times you're going to get stuck, even with a bogey or 2 here, because it's just a tough hole that can be overcome by a really good player. But, yeah, 5.5 and people are done. That's why the 13-hole courses are attractive in some of the different formats. People don't have time anymore to do that stuff for that long.
For those of you who didn't get Tausch's reference, the double horn with the Boston accent is Mike Sherman double horning him in a practice and making them start over in 100-degree heat, which you learned about last week when we were talking about how hot it was going to be at the practices. All right, Tausch, I'm curious. I don't want to put you in a bad spot. You know, my role, I like to put you in a good spot. Is there anything now that you are the official color voice of Badger football on the radio that you can no longer do? Or
yes,
I don't want to get you in trouble. I'm excited about your new opportunity. A little disappointed you didn't bring Derek with you, but I'm excited for your opportunity. But I don't want to get you in trouble.
I got to listen to this just in case. You never know when the phone's going to ring.
Yeah, there is. I can no longer predict and or project any projections from our favorite group. On
so
Badger games.
You're Wilde. You're Wilde now. You can just
I'm not legally obligated.
Yeah, I'll just hedge.
I
can hedge and add my insights, but there will be no predicting by me on Wisconsin Badgers.
Is that college football wide or just Wisconsin football?
It's just Wisconsin football.
Okay.
Can you do headlines?
Oh.
Yeah, why couldn't I do headlines?
Well, because
my headlines never predict scores anyways. I never predict scores or games on headlines anyways.
Yeah.
Not scores, but results.
So if we talk Badgers and we do like predictions for the game coming up for the weekend, you just have to do a headline rather than a prediction.
Yep. That would be
the Badgers
only,
will play.
change. Badgers play, yes.
All right. Well, Jesse had this planned, and I guess you have to sit out, but you can chime in as you wish.
Yeah,
Live
I'll
studio
make
audience.
I'll be my supporter. I'll do my oh my god, I can't believe Derek said that type of face.
All right, time now for some mores or lesses for the Badgers football season.
I even made special music just for this segment, knowing Derek would be back. For the upcoming Wisconsin football season, Derek Blakesley, the Badgers outsider. Will Braylon Allen rush for more or less than 1,075.5? 1,075.5 rushing yards.
More.
You're confident that he's going to be able to do that in this new offense?
He's going to do that in the first 9 games.
Wow. Is like, so you're believing in the new scheme will open up Braylon Allen.
I believe that we already know what the
opportunities.
guys can do up front. We know they're going to adjust some things. We're not great reach blockers, but we're also know we've got another year of development for Braylon and a passing attack that people have to respect. It's going to be guys. You don't know what's coming. It's going to be big time. There's going to be some games where we gain a lot of yards in the running and the passing game. Yes, over.
Jason?
For those of you who are curious, last season, even with the disappointment of the way the season went for the University of Wisconsin, Braylon Allen rushed for 1,242 yards last year.
And he was dinged up a bunch, too.
Quiet down, Tausch. We don't want to violate any rules.
Oh, yeah. Okay, fair. Good point. Thank you, Derek.
What a good teammate.
I think it's okay for him to say Braylon Allen was dinged up last year.
I don't want to be deposed. One of the goals of my life is to never be deposed, and I feel like I'm putting myself at risk.
I am going to go more as well based on that information that Tausch did not provide.
Let's go Tanner Mordecai next, your guy, DB. More or less than 66% completion percentage, which is his career number through 2 seasons starting at SMU.
I'm going to say less. I think early in the season there's going to be some drops. There's going to be some routes that are not quite crisp. It's going to be tricky to get there year one. I'm going to say less.
Is this officially the last year of eligibility that Tanner Mordecai has as a collegian? He had, 3 years at Oklahoma?
Feel like I can say yes to that.
3 years at Oklahoma, 2 at SMU, and now here. So that would give him 6 total. His freshman year, he only threw 4 passes, so I'm guessing that counted as a red shirt. All I know is he completed 65% of his passes last season at SMU. I hear very good things about the Badgers' wide receiving core. Some of whom I think might be older than some of the guys the Packers have in their wide receiving core. I will go less, but not by much.
Ooh. Next up, Wisconsin as a team, Derek Blakesley. More or less than 8.5 wins.
Oh, we're going to have more. Look at the schedule. The games, they're all winnable. I think in some cases all we would do is beat ourselves. But again, I think we have the fallback of handing that ball to Braylon Allen if need be to get us out of a jam against many of these teams. Not all of them, but many. I expect us to outscore some teams, and we can beat anybody more.
So they play, 12 games this season?
12 regular season games.
Plus obviously the Big Ten championship game.
Obviously.
Yeah, I'm gonna say 9-3, so I'll go more.
But not by much. I bet Tausch wishes he could weigh in right now. I could see it in his eyes.
He's itchy.
I definitely would like to chime in on.
Itchy.
There's 2 of these I'd really like to chime in on, but no.
Not doing it. Last one, Wisconsin.
What discipline?
Speaking of that Big Ten championship, last one, Wisconsin, yes or no, making the trip to Indianapolis for the Big Ten championship game in the final year of East versus West division champions.
Yes. Hell yes. We're going.
Seems like a heart pick.
Well, my heart and my mind are in lockstep in this case, Jesse. And I really like the fact that I think we have a lot more talent than anybody else in the West. And again, talent outs.
Denny?
I would... First of all, I'm glad we're talking about your heart and your mind because we've already discussed other parts of your anatomy too much than I really wanted to.
Why do we have to go there? Somebody get him out of the basement.
Jason, you're almost... You're talking about Derek barrel-chested running across, like...
He's wearing the overalls.
There's more. I've been out of this a while.
More Derek.
It's a trend here.
I don't know how things evolve in content since I've been on my hiatus, but it seems the eroticism is a little uncomfortable.
I don't love the way it's evolved. I'm gonna shoot straight with you, Derek.
I mean, I come back and you're a big star all of a sudden, and we've turned this thing into some softcore commentary. I don't know.
Softcore.
I've been objectified, which that's been a story of my life. But
I did not have you using the word eroticism on my bingo card for your return either.
I did.
They are not playing in the Big Ten championship game. That's my no answer on that.
Well, who is?
What are they going to cancel? They're going to cancel. They're going to cancel the game. I mean,
Jason, who is then?
I don't know, but I don't think I think there's going to be growing pains for a new team and a new coach and a bunch of new players. I don't think they're that different than the Green Bay Packers are in some ways, and everybody's getting paid in both of those leagues anyway now, so it's not that different. I just think it's going to take a while. Now, do I think they're going to go out to Washington State and lose to the Cougars? I don't think so, but I didn't think they'd lose at home to them last year either. I don't know. Tell me, how well do you guys know this team? One of you is going to be on the radio. One wishes he was. Like, how certain are you of what this team is?
Like I said, on defense, I don't know. On defense, I don't know. On offense, there's a humongous question mark there, yes, but there's also a track record to look at. Guys, we have players that, given the matchups across the board, are going to be superior in a lot of cases. It opens up the field, and there's bad choices defenses are going to have to make, and we will take advantage of that. Longo is going – he also has a track record. This is not a mystery. We're going to score a lot more points than we ever have. And on defense, it's not like we've got nobody. It might take a while to come together, but we're going to be good. We're going to be good, and we can do it quickly because of the transfer portal and how many players have stuck. So, I don't know. Pardon me for my optimism, Jason.
I don't have any problem with your optimism.
When you look at the players across the board, you look at the coaching, the energy coming into this season. A lot of other players, the teams in our division are struggling. They've got problems off the field. They've got gambling issues. I mean, there's a lot. The only noise in Wisconsin football right now is how hopeful we are about being better, how glad we are that we're a have and not a have not, how much firepower we have. All the words I've used for 4 years about being explosive and field tilted. We have that, and we have it at multiple positions. Tight end, we're a little bit shallow. We've struggled, and we've overcome that before. The Longo offense will be better off than we were previously with that type of shortage. And the defense, we'll see. We're going to have some good players. Hopefully Mullins get back in some type of short order would be helpful. But, yeah, there's no reason to think with this coaching staff we have, the players we have, and what we're running, that we're not going to win a lot of football games. We're very difficult to beat.
We will wrap things up with the Badgers Outsider next. It's Wilde and Tausch.
On air, online, and on demand. Get all your favorite ESPN Wisconsin content anywhere you get your podcasts for free. The new Wisconsin On Demand. It's free, it's everywhere, and it's for you. It's Labor Day week here on 94.5 ESPN, sponsored by Perky's Old Fashioned, a ready-to-pour bourbon or brandy mix with the alcohol already in it. Just add the soda of your choosing to their Perky's brandy or bourbon mix and enjoy. Find your nearest Perky's location at perkyspirits.com and get 15% off Perky's merch using the code PERKY15. Happy Labor Day from 94.5 ESPN and Perky's Old Fashioned. Get perked up. Perky's is your local bartender in a bottle.
An ESPN Radio Extra Point.
with Joe Fortenbaugh.
Shockingly, the Arizona Cardinals are making all the right moves right now. They have realized their place in the pecking order, which is, in the eyes of Vegas, projected to be the worst team in the NFL. Even if they're not the worst, and they try hard this season, they will still produce a very bad result. So, new head coach, new general manager. What you're going to do is figure out how to get this thing ready and start the full-on rebuild. Kyler Murray, he's not going to be a part of your future. You don't want him to be a part of your future. Not a good locker room guy. Give him the year off, let him get healthy, dump the contract in the offseason, and use one of your 2 first-round picks to draft one of these quarterbacks that's coming out, whether it's USC's Caleb Williams, North Carolina's Drake May, or somebody else. This is an Arizona team that currently has the 4th most available salary cap space, and then on top of that, they have 6 picks in the top 100. That is how you start a rebuild.
If this were a Reese's TV ad, you'd be staring at a Reese's peanut butter cup. And sure, my voice is peanut buttery smooth, but still, you need to see the peanut butter cups, right? No? I can really just say Reese's and you'll go get some? Okay, Reese's. 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 Really working, actually. Reese's. Reese's. I'm on to something. Reese's. Reese's. Reese's.
At the Home Depot, Saturdays are about 2 things. Easy cleanup with the Ryobi 18-volt ONE+ Whisper Series leaf blower.
And football.
That's right, Reese Davis. With variable speed, it has the power for when you really need it and just the right amount when you don't. And the ONE+ battery platform means you go from yard work to DIY in just a click, so you can get projects done faster.
Which means more time for football.
For football. Upgrade your Saturday with Ryobi and the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
It's ESPN Milwaukee's Jen Latta, and I have told you about the delicious pizza and Italian snacks that you can find at Proof Pizza inside St. Kate the Arts Hotel. But now there's even more to be excited about. The restaurant has added new sandwiches to the menu. Available every day from 11 to 4, you can enjoy items like the Red Rock Chicken BLT, the Meatball Hero, and more. Order from the counter at Proof or directly from the bar at St. Kate. Explore the new sandwiches and the rest of the menu at proofpizzamke.com.
Pick up everything you need to wrap up summer and head into Labor Day at Fleet Farm. Get deals on cookout favorites and snacks like an American Gourmet 3-burner gas grill by Charbroil, on sale $149.99. A 16-pound bag of Kingsford charcoal briquettes, $9.99. 24-pack of Fleet Farm bottled water, just $3. And 1-pound bags of pistachios are just $6.49. We have what you need for your everyday life. Fleet Farm.
With a local Milwaukee team, Fifth Third Bank knows what success looks like. They've been serving businesses and individuals in the area for nearly 15 years, including a long-standing commitment to the healthcare industry. From expansion to technology to reducing the risk of fraud, Fifth Third offers a full suite of financial services and solutions across the healthcare spectrum to meet the complex moments you're navigating. Fifth Third Bank, National Association, custom solutions built around your goals, member FDIC.
This is Wilde and Tausch on 94.5 ESPN. Sponsored by American Family Insurance. Insure carefully, dream fearlessly. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Every time I touch that track, it turns into gold. Everybody knows I got the magic in me. When I hit the floor, the girls come.
All right, Derek, we've used up our entire hour with you. We've had some fun. We've gotten plenty of insights. We've heard the word eroticism used. As we say goodbye for this week.
I hate to leave everyone titillated. That's just part of the flow of the show.
Whoa, Nelly! Your parting thoughts as we say goodbye to you, and as we inform you that by the next time you're on, we'll be playing all kinds of like generic Muzak-type music.
A lot of Mozart. I'll be
for
a cell phone
the
ringer.
programming.
I'll be using my cell phone ringer. I'm here. Hello. I'll tell you what. The feeling in my gut is so much better this year than, and that includes the Packers too. Like, we just have, as a viewer of football and love the sport, we've got some scenarios on the field, off the field, personnel-wise, recruiting. All these things are, the way we're branding things is changing, and it's exciting. The product we put on the field ultimately is going to tell what this is going to be for us this year. And I think people are going to be very, I hope, really excited with some of the things we're going to flash. It's going to be more fun to watch the games, to go to the games, and the result may not always be what we want. But, man, the way we're going to do it and some of the kids that we've got out there and their talents that will be on display are going to be worth the price of admission. I plan to go to more football games this year than I have in a long, long time. So it should be a fun ride this season. I look forward to it. We're picking up right where we left off after I finally put Aaron Rodgers and Coach Chris to bed. And now we're headed in completely different directions that are really exciting. So look forward to it. And hopefully we clean it up next time, a little less of the eroticism, a little more focus on the athletics, but wherever Jason wants to take the show, he's in charge.
I agree with DB. Stick
to sports, Jason.
There wasn't that much eroticism, and
there was more than needed.
I'm still blushing. I don't even have
frankly,
bibs like
I
that.
would disagree. That may have been one of the funniest exchanges that we've had on this show in a very long time. Whenever Tausch is laughing as hard as he was, I've done something right. Now, that said, one more clarification I want to make before you leave. We have found that we now have someone tweeting us as the Packers outsider. Is this your alter ego, or has someone infringed on your copyright?
Great question.
I know I went hard at Aaron Rodgers last year. Everyone knows that. I think it was the right decision. I'm glad I was able to influence it. Now, I do not have a burner at all. I don't, but I do feel a little infringed upon. I built the brand over years. I have many followers. There's so many, I don't even know the number. In Donald Trump speak, there are many.
You know the
so
number.
many followers you don't even know.
You know.
It's going to be so great you can't even understand it.
You know exactly.
You check it every hour.
They don't even have the analytics to count. They don't even have the analytics to count at this point.
Okay.
People are going to love it. No, I have my one account, the same I always have, and it's actually been pretty dormant. So I'll pick it up here now. Football season has started. At Derek Blakesley, it's a pretty simple handle. But I'm not doing the Packers stuff, even though I talked about it. I felt a need. I felt, I talk about those graduation parties I went to. A lot of people came up to me and said, "Thank you, thank you for finally saying what
service.
Thank you for what the fans all around the state were thinking and needing someone to say is that his time was done." And now he can go pretend to be a good guy for 3 months in New York, and then everybody will figure out the truth when we get to November. Mm-hmm. And over here, we're going to get behind a new quarterback. We got some new energy. It's going to be more fun to watch. So I was right. Thank you very much. But no, I only have the one Twitter handle.
Tausch, let's bid farewell today to Derek Blakesley by raising a ice-cold Blue Mountain Coors Light in his honor.
Celebrate. What a great appearance by Derek. When you're looking to celebrate or you're looking to chill, Coors Light is brewed with a 3-step cold process, cold lager, cold filter, and cold package because it's made to chill. And make sure those mountains are blue. That's when you know Coors Light's cold activated bottles and cans are chilled to perfection. That's why it is Coors Light in my hand when I need a moment to chill. Celebrate responsibly. Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
We bid farewell to the Badgers outsider. We kick off the 11 o'clock hour without him. Somehow we'll continue on in 2 minutes, so stick around. It's Wilde and Tausch.
Fight through.
Don't go anywhere. Another hour of Wilde and Tausch, presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin, is coming up next on ESPN Wisconsin, the ESPN app, and Wisconsin On Demand.
Mark Tosher here for Chalm.
Life's better with an auto policy from American Family Insurance. No matter what dreams you're driving towards. That's because our expert agents will make you feel totally protected with the right auto coverage at the right price. You'll also save up to 23% when you bundle auto with home. American Family Insurance. Get a quote, find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. Visit amfam.com to learn how discounts may apply to you. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Kevin Murat here from Mentality Men's Health. We hear stories every day in our clinics that what used to work for guys doesn't anymore. Increase cardio, cut out certain food, nothing stops the changes in their bodies, especially the weight. The fact is, years of decreasing testosterone has packed on the belly fat that won't go away. We've introduced a medication, semaglutide, that helps drop 15% of the body weight on average while preserving testosterone. Join the over 20,000 Mentality clients and jumpstart your results. In Milwaukee, go to lowtusa.com. That's lowtusa.com.
ESPN Wisconsin's Mark Tausch here for my friends at Kohler Services. Treat yourself to a new shower this summer. Kohler Services is a local end-to-end bath and shower design and remodel service brought to you by Kohler, a family-owned in Wisconsin for 150 years. Kohler is the only manufacturer offering fast, professional installation and care for life. Start enjoying your bath or shower right now with a special offer. Visit kswisconsin.com to request your free quote and tell them that I sent you over. Again, that's kswisconsin.com.
Hey, it's ESPN Milwaukee's Gabe Neitzel, ready to celebrate Labor Day week on 94.5 ESPN. Sponsored by Perky's Old Fashioned, a ready-to-pour bourbon or brandy mix with the alcohol already in it. Get perked up this Labor Day with an easier-than-ever Wisconsin Old Fashioned. Just add the soda of your choosing to Perky's brandy or bourbon mix and enjoy. Find your nearest Perky's location at perkyspirits.com and get 15% off Perky's merch using the code PERKY15. Happy Labor Day from 94.5 ESPN and Perky's Old Fashioned, your bartender in a bottle. Hey, this is Gabe Neitzel. You're listening to 94.5 ESPN, WKTI and WKTI HD, Milwaukee.
A locally owned Good Karma brand station.
The 11 o'clock hour of Wilde and Tausch begins now. And we have heard from the Packers outsider on Twitter.
Oh.
Well, first he asked a question. Does the Badgers outsider believe Braylon Allen is in for a nice year given all the outside focus on the flashy new passing attack? Well, Derek answered that question.
Great question.
With his expectations.
Packers outsider.
And then the Packers outsider chimed in and said, if the Badgers outsider would like me to rebrand, I will honor that request.
Wow. I don't think he should. No. He's getting his own brand built. Let him build.
How did the Badgers outsider start, though? Like,
I don't know.
We talked about.
You named him.
That's what I thought. I thought you named him.
No, I didn't name him the Badgers outsider.
I thought you did. You said, you know, everybody's got insiders. We got the Badgers outsider. I could have sworn that's what happened.
In fairness, it's been a while, but I think Derek branded himself the Badgers.
Well, that wouldn't surprise me at all.
We'll have to ask him. We can ask him next week.
We will ask him next week. All right, updating some of the cuts. And again, Bill Huber from Packer Report. From Sports Illustrated. Once upon a time, Packer Report. From Sports Illustrated, doing a fantastic job of keeping everyone updated. He's got at SI.com his tracker that is being updated consistently. First of all, someone we didn't mention, but he had this earlier in the day, Tausch, Lou Nichols, who was once Jesse Nelson's sleeper of the week. He is now, not only does he have the shoulder injury, but according to Bill Huber of Sports Illustrated, he will be put on injured reserve with a shoulder injury, and then once they work out an injury settlement, he will be donezo with the Packers. So they are moving on from him entirely, which Tausch, he's a draft pick. That doesn't normally happen around these parts.
Yeah, that's surprising, and I think, now with that expanded practice squad, especially the running back position, if you have any hope or belief in someone's potential, it's a nice spot to kind of stash somebody. So that's a little bit surprising, especially, as you put it, very quick it takes a very long time to get rid of a draft pick unless you really don't think that person's got it.
Benny Sapp, who I think you might have played against his father. Would you have played against Benny Sapp's dad, Benny Sapp? I think so.
He was a Miami Hurricane. I think he probably was he with the Lions, maybe?
Vikings, I believe, as well.
The name rings a bell.
But he is among the cuts, along with Innis Gaines, Shamar John Charles, and
I loved Shamar for a long. Wasn't Shamar like kind of the darling?
Yeah,
for a
special
while?
teams guy, played a lot on special teams, but he is no longer a member of the Green Bay Packers. Keandre Thomas, another corner who started out camp pretty high in the depth chart, and then the Carrington Valentine experience kicked off, and that, I think, changed the picture at corner. I still want to go back to the fact that Bill has reported that Austin Allen has been released. That leaves two true tight ends, Tucker Kraft and Luke Musgrave. Yeah. Neither of whom have ever played in the NFL, both of whom are high draft picks. Tucker Kraft a third-rounder, Luke Musgrave a second-rounder. What do you think's going on there? Because my understanding, after 5 years of covering Matt LaFleur now, is tight end's kind of an important position in this system. And I'm a little surprised that they would be sitting with only two as of right now on their roster.
Yeah, it tells me, and I think you heard Goody say this in one of his pressers, I think that's a spot that they're going to look and dabble with other people's, I guess, I don't want to use that term, other people's leftovers or guys that they didn't deem worthy of a roster spot. I think the Green Bay Packers are going to be looking, and maybe Mercedes Lewis was just too old. They want to get maybe someone that has played some NFL football that can come in and be a very good blocker and help teach these younger, because I would be shocked if you're going to go down to Chicago with only two tight ends, unless you're going to, really use DeGuara as that H-back, tight end, fullback type, but he's listed as a fullback.
Right.
I'm guessing he'll be utilized in that spot, and if that's the case, you're going to roll with those three tight ends. You're going to be pretty limited as far as what you can do personnel-wise with those groups, and I think you want to have as much versatility as you can, so that would be one of those spots that I think Brian Gutekunst and his staff is going to be looking long and hard at who else is going to become available and who else is maybe somebody hoping to stash on their practice squad that maybe Green Bay is going to say, no, we're going to grab this young man and give him an opportunity, because if you're someone that's going to be in high demand, even if it's a practice squad spot, and you're a tight end, Green Bay is a heck of a spot to come, because there's going to be opportunities for another tight end on this roster, and I guess it's going to be if they end up getting rid of, as Bill Huber reports, that makes you think that there's someone else out there that they have their eyes on.
So far, the cuts, as Bill has reported them, are these: Lou Nichols, Nate McCrary, another running back, Cody Crest, the wide receiver, Austin Allen and Dre Miller at tight end, Cole Schneider, Jean Dalance, and Kadeem Telfort at offensive line, Jason Lewan at defensive line, Jimmy Phillips and Marvin Pierre, a lot of French names on this list, at linebacker. At corner, Keandre Thomas, Innis Gaines, and Shamar Jean Charles. Benny Sapp.
It's an uncanny amount of French names.
Yes,
French
indeed.
Yeah.
We need to bring back Robert Francois.
No, I was going to say, if they recut the Dunkin' Donuts dude, what was his name again?
Ricky Jean-Francois.
If they recut him, then I know they just got something against the French.
And then Matt Orzech.
Geriad. They're going to cut Geriad from 565 Analytics if they keep going with this.
We're going to miss him.
Your job is safe. Geriad, your job is safe here with us.
So I would argue that at this point, other than Lou Nichols being a draft pick who's not going to make the team, and they have had other guys who, and this is a little bit different. I saw a text up there, Jesse, that you posted from someone in Superior, Spencer in Superior.
Spence.
All right, so a couple of years ago, Cole Van Landen, the former Badger, was cut and then re-signed to the practice squad. So what they're doing with Lou Nichols, according to Bill Huber, is putting him on injured reserve, so they're technically not cutting him. He's going to be on injured reserve, and then they will work out an injury settlement and release him from injured reserve. So a little bit of a loophole, if you will. And there's always the possibility that, they change their mind. They did it with a couple of players, including, frankly, Mike Flanagan once upon a time, where you keep the guy on injured reserve all year because you think he's going to be a good player or you want to give him another opportunity. So I don't think that's the plan with Lou Nichols. We haven't gotten any surprises yet, Tausch. Do you think there is one lurking, or because I didn't even think that Pat O'Donnell's release was a surprise, obviously. I don't know if there'll be a lot of, whoa, unless it's Yash. And I don't see them cutting. Yeah, I think they're either trading him or keeping him, I would argue.
Yeah, they're not going to cut Yash, I don't think. That's the spot that I'm looking at. When you start looking at that offensive tackle and O-line, if they're going to keep 10, and if they're only keeping 2 tight ends, the odds of keeping 10 offensive linemen go up. I don't think that is how it's going to all shake out. So Yash Nyman, we talked a bunch about this on Monday. The Green Bay Packers, I still believe, value Yash, but I think if they got the right offer, I wouldn't be shocked if they moved. But again, I think this is a direct result of David Bakhtiari's injury history and how much they can count on him to play 17 weeks, how much depth they need to keep behind David in order to make sure that they can put out the offensive line that they want in front of Jordan Love. So no surprises, but I was kind of surprised on how early some of these teams were cutting players, because you want to make it a real jumble,
right? No advantage to that.
You don't want to put people out there in on Sunday or Monday for a Tuesday at 3:00 cut, because it gives teams chances to plan and prep. You want to hold. So I think any of the players. I think with Pat O'Donnell, they wanted to give him a shot to catch on with somebody else because he's a veteran. I think you want to show that respect. But if it's a young player that you really like, you don't want to make him available to other teams, and then they could say, well, now they could shift their roster and maybe give a little bit more money to keep on the practice squad. So I think all of the true bubble-licious guys, it's going to be right up until the end before they make any cuts so that they can try to tidy up their roster management and handle it after that 3:00 deadline, even though they're going to be subject to waivers and everything else after 3:00 when they're released. I think they want to make it, you want to make it as difficult as you can for other teams that like your talent that would want to acquire it, either for the regulars 53 or for the practice squad.
Yeah, and I don't know if it was Ian Rappaport or somebody that argued that some of these teams that were announcing their cuts early, even though they don't go through waivers until today at 3:00, were letting it be known that they were moving on in case a team was interested in that player and wanted to give up a low draft pick to get him without having to go through the waiver process. I guess that makes sense, but I tend to agree with you in terms of the greater advantage is to wait as long as possible to make some of these moves. So those will continue to be updated. Bill's doing an incredible job at this. He's scooping everybody. So we'll keep an eye out. Deuce Watts, the latest to be released wide receiver. They signed him after the draft, but we all know the wide receiver from the undrafted group that was making this team, and that is obviously Malik Heath.
And he is making the team according to his own Twitter account.
Indeed. So that does not come as any surprise. What does come as a surprise is that we're going to play trivia now instead of waiting till the end of the show, because I know Tausch was starting to think with the Badgers Outsider.
I did think it was scheduled for 10:45, and when you went another segment with Derek, I thought, maybe he's going to push the envelope, but no, not our Jason.
Nope. No, I'm not. All right. Jesse, what's today's category? It's a Tuesday, so it's not the weekend recap, and it's not Wisconsin geography. What's a Tuesday topic today?
Now, with the return of the Badgers Outsider, with the return of Wisconsin football on Saturday, it's the return of Badgers Trivia Tuesday.
Oh, that's right. That makes sense. Yeah, silly me. Jesse, what number does Tanner Mordecai wear?
9? I don't know. 16?
He's 8. He's number 8.
8? Okay.
Yeah.
Are you sure you can tell us that, or is that going to get you in trouble?
Maybe he's changing his number, but
his job is to know the numbers so he can call the game.
I'm still working. I'm working hard on that.
Caller 8 right now, 844-770-3776, 844-770-3776. Caller 8 right now to play Wilde and Tausch Trivia, which we will do next. It's Wilde and Tausch.
This is Wilde and Tausch on 94.5 ESPN, presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin, and sponsored by American Family Insurance. The next era.
Jordan knows he has all the support around him.
Is here.
I know he's excited. I know his teammates are excited for him. I can promise you.
Everybody wants him to have a lot of success this year.
Jordan Love's first training camp as QB1 is underway.
Being a Green Bay Packer, there's always very high expectations, and nothing changes. I look at it as a fresh start.
Keep it right here all throughout camp as we react to every practice rep happening in Green Bay. We are Milwaukee's home to talk green and gold. 94.5 ESPN.
Hey, it's Jason Wilde for Associated Bank. Show your Brewers pride everywhere you go with Brewers Checking, only from Associated Bank. Score exclusive perks like a one-of-a-kind Brewers Debit MasterCard, 10% off at the team store, even express check-in at the Associated Bank gate. And if you want a VIP game day, the Associated Bank Power Alley is for everyone. Contact the Brewers ticket office to learn how you could treat your crew to a full buffet and private bar overlooking left center field. Brewers Checking. Learn more at associatedbank.com/Brewers today. Member FDIC.
Brian, why are you stacking books on the floor?
I want to stand while I work. Standing desks are all the rage these days.
Well, it's a good thing that these desks move up and down. You did know that, right?
What? They do?
Yeah, we're not messing around here.
This is great. Now, only if I had a chair to swivel around in.
Do you just not pay attention to everybody else's desks?
Well, no wonder I'm not getting much done these days.
Coakley Brothers and Brothers Interiors, the official moving and furniture provider of GKB Milwaukee.
Woo! I am thirsty today. Definitely going to need a cold one. There's the one. Grabbing one of the go-to beers heading into this fall, and that's Potosi Brewing Company. My guy Wonder from Potosi is back again, and he's got the inside scoop on what sets Potosi apart from all the rest. And that includes giving back with a unique room for patrons to visit at the brewery.
And what's great about Potosi is all profits go to charity. So you're helping your community when you purchase Potosi. Also, what's nice about Potosi is it's also the home of the National Beer Museum. So located in a little small town, they were able to get the National Beer Museum.
Thanks again to Wonder for joining us and telling all about the wonderful things Potosi has to offer. And remember, folks, no matter the season, you have to make sure the fridge is always stocked.
A cat store!
Want to go see it?
Yeah!
Let's finally bring your mom's Illinois family a true taste of Wisconsin.
Right off I-94 in Kenosha, Mars Cheese Castle is a Wisconsin landmark. Along with over 1,000 cheeses, Mars has a meat market, bakery, bar, and restaurant. Spreads, curds, sausages, Kringles. Make Mars Cheese Castle a lunch stop and enjoy the best grilled cheese or Reuben on the planet. Make today your day to go to Mars.
Yeah!
Exit 340 in Kenosha.
It's ESPN Wisconsin's Ben Brust for Road America, where vintage racing lives on. Experience the sights, sounds, and smells from motorsport's pioneering age in historic Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. Road America's 2023 season offers numerous opportunities to watch vintage race cars take on the iconic 4-mile road course. The Aaron's Art of Wheels Vintage Weekend wraps up the 2023 Road America race season September 15th through the 17th. Get your tickets today at roadamerica.com. Road America, America's national park of speed.
During COVID-19, many people can't afford rent and have been threatened with eviction, and some have experienced sexual harassment.
My landlord told me my rent would be free if I gave him something in exchange.
The Fair Housing Act protects you during COVID-19 or anytime from anyone making unwelcome sexual advances. If this happens to you, file a complaint with HUD. Fair Housing, the law is on your side. To learn more, visit HUD.gov/fairhousing. If you fear for your safety, call 911. A public service message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
Wilde and Tausch is presented by Tito's Handmade Vodka, America's original craft vodka produced in Austin, Texas, and naturally gluten-free. Tito's Handmade Vodka.
background music to get us banned on YouTube. So let's get to trivia. And let's welcome in our contestant. I was watching a movie last night, and I thought of this guy.
Silence of the Lambs?
Because of his neighbor. No, Zodiac.
Silence of the Lambs.
Zodiac, about the Zodiac killer.
Ted Bundy?
Exactly, yes.
Ed Gein?
Just to be very clear, Dan in Cambria, not a serial killer. Lived next door to one, though. So just so people, I don't want people casting aspersions at our friend Dan. He just lived by a murderer. He wasn't one himself, at least as far as we know. Hi, Dan. How are you?
Thank you for that introduction.
You're welcome.
Clear that up.
It's great to have you back. All right, it is a Badgers Trivia Tuesday. Again, just to be clear, because we want to make sure we're in accordance with all the new rules of Tausch being the radio color commentator voice of Badgers Radio Network football coverage. You can play trivia questions, right?
Yeah, no problem. No,
okay. Well, then Tausch has question number 1 for Dan.
All right, Dan, in which bowl game did Wisconsin defeat Oklahoma State to conclude its '22 season? Is it Tony the Tiger Sun Bowl, the Guaranteed Rate Bowl, or the Fortria Clinical Trial Bowl?
Second one.
Jesse, well done. We give you a lot of
give
you a lot of grief, but that's a good one.
I was going to call it
that was your best.
I was going to call it the Fortria Big Fella Bowl, but then I thought that might be pushing it. So
no, I like the Clinical Trial Bowl.
Yeah,
it's good. I like
try
it.
some things out. Yeah.
All right, question number 2. And if you've been listening to the program, you'll get this right. Badgers starting quarterback Tanner Mordecai transferred from which of these schools to play at Wisconsin? Was it UTEP, SMU, or UNLV?
I didn't hear that part. So, say them again, Jason, please.
UTEP, SMU, or UNLV?
SMU.
All right, but you're going to be punished for not having heard that part of the conversation with the Badgers Outsider. Tausch, question 3.
You know what I'm going to say here. You know what we got going.
No, we're not going to say that.
We do.
No, do you know what's going on?
Stop it! No!
All right, I won't say it.
You're going to kill
Dan,
it.
I won't say it. I won't say it, even though nobody's gotten anything wrong yet. All right, which of these Big Ten football teams plays in a home stadium with a larger capacity than Camp Randall Stadium?
Oh, boy.
Is it Michigan State, Iowa, or Nebraska?
Nebraska. I'll go with Nebraska.
Oh, look at Danny. Look at Danny, boy. Yeah.
Oh, Danny boy. The perfect week continues.
Perfect week, yeah.
Well done, Dan. I mean, perfect week isn't necessarily good for you personally because you want other people to do poorly to increase your odds, but you had a perfect day. And you've got 3 out of 3. That means you got 4 of the possible 4 entries into Friday's drawing. We appreciate you playing, buddy. Thanks.
Hey, Jason, you got just a second?
Hey, Dan, sure.
No.
Yeah.
I got a thing that maybe Jesse could do if the Brewers win the division.
A punishment?
no.
Because it can't be creating more work
punishment.
for him because he's weighed down by all the work he does. Yeah.
Okay, well, if he gets a Dunzo suit and walks around with a bullhorn around AmFam Field and yell out, I'm Dunzo, I'm Dunzo.
I kind of like that idea. I want to see Jesse in a clown suit. This is actually Jesse.
That has to happen.
Bye, Dan.
Yeah, that has to
Thanks for playing.
I don't know if I necessarily need to make you walk through AmFam Field during the course of a game in a Dunzo suit, but this is a brilliant idea.
Here's the deal. No, here's the deal. We already, when we went down to AmFam Field earlier this season, we got the okay. Jesse's got to sign some things. He needs to go down the slide in the Dunzo costume. Then he needs to go and usher in reverence to his dad, he needs to usher in a clown suit at AmFam Field. That needs to happen. I like that idea.
You want me as a clown to go up to someone in section 206 and say, hey, is that a flask you brought in? You know you can't have that here.
Yes.
Be escorted out of the building by
and then
a clown.
take it and then drink from it. Yes.
Your time here is Dunzo.
I'm Hammerdo Dunzo. All right. I like this. I mean, maybe we could just
Jesse,
have you standing outside the stadium.
I'm nervous for Jesse as the Scalzo and Brust program is winding down. The boys told me yesterday that Jesse has a bet to pay off, and we started talking about seeing things we didn't want to see.
Oh no!
Jesse has to. He has to wash his car in a what is it called?
A Speedo.
A Speedo.
No, I don't have to do it in a Speedo. That was
no, you do. You lost the bet, and that's what you have to do.
Let's check the terms of the bet. There's video proof of what the bet entailed. We can go back and check the film, but I'm playing under protest. There's a lot of things I'd do. A Speedo isn't one of them.
Well, I'm just telling you that's what the boys said was going to happen. So we'll see.
And
that's all right.
And the eroticism on Wilde and Tausch continues.
For the record, I told Brust.
Let me tell you something. I don't find that remotely erotic. So maybe you, I do not.
I told Brust I'm welcome to wash his car anytime he drives it up to my house in Sun Prairie. I'll wash it out in the front driveway. They can do the show set up. I'll provide beverages. They'll enjoy their time. Anytime they want to make the drive up, feel free, fellas.
Okay. Well, let's move on. We need to get to Whoa Nelly, which we are looking forward to, but I get to do something today that I have not officially gotten to do until right now, and that is talk about not only our great partnership, but my great friendship with David Gruber and the folks at Gruber Law Offices. Now, they have been an incredible partner for us for a really long time. But this is my opportunity now on a regular basis to talk about how much I love David and their whole family and how great they have been, not only for our company, but for me. David's been a good friend to me for a long time. And I feel like I was like a lot of people that grew up in Milwaukee. We heard the commercials, right? One call, that's all. We saw David all the time on our televisions. But until you've gotten to experience needing his help, and I am fortunate we have not had an injury situation where we've needed his help, but I've asked him other important legal questions when I've needed help, and he has always been there for me. And he will always be there for you. They have one of the greatest law firms in all the Midwest. They're still family-owned, and yet they're also big enough to have all the expertise that you need to provide great care, service, and representation. And remember, no call, one call, that's all is one part of it. No fee. There is no cost to call, no cost for the consultation, no cost to retain their firm. There is never a fee unless they win your case. They are one of the largest personal injury firms in the Midwest. And like I said, they are family-owned, right? Steven's in part of the family. His wife's, it's a great family operation, but they're still big enough and powerful enough with all the resources they need to take on those big insurance companies on your behalf. They get the results that speak for themselves. So be sure to visit gruber-law.com. That's gruber-law.com to find out more about their firm, in addition to what they do in the community. Or you can just give them a call, 414-276-6666. One call. That's all. Whoa Nelly is next. It's Wilde and Tausch.
On air, online, and on demand. Get all your favorite ESPN Wisconsin content anywhere you get your podcast for free. The new Wisconsin On Demand. It's free, it's everywhere, and it's for you.
What does summer sound like in a new Chevy? Find the best way to the ballpark with the Chevy Equinox navigation system. Load up the kayaks with room to spare in the spacious Chevy Trailblazer with 60/40 split folding rear seats. Haul out the camper and spend a night roasting marshmallows with the Chevy Silverado. Or feel the roar of the crowd and bring the whole crew along in the Chevy Traverse with seating for up to 8. So what are you waiting for? This summer, happiness is a new Chevy. Visit WisconsinDriveChevy.com. Traverse seating up to 8 standard and LS available on LT with second row bench seat, RS Premier, and High Country seat 7.
Kevin Moret here from Mentality Men's Health. Guys, did you know that the stored belly fat reduces your free testosterone? The more the belly grows, the harder it is to drop, mostly because of the decrease in free T. It's a vicious cycle that men are losing, and unfortunately, everyone can see it. Mentality breaks that cycle with semaglutide, an industry-changing weight loss medication that can help you lose up to 15% of your body weight while preserving your testosterone. Join our over 20,000 clients to look and feel the way you deserve. In Milwaukee, go to lowtusa.com. That's lowtusa.com.
The Bog in Saukville is Ozaukee County's best golf experience. 18 championship holes designed by the legendary golfer Arnold Palmer, settled amongst 250 acres of beautiful private land. The Bog caters to golfers of all skill levels, offering a golf experience unlike any other. Come enjoy the finest golf greens in Wisconsin, and after your round, enjoy a bite to eat in our restaurant or out on our new patio bar overlooking the 18th green. It's time to golf, Wisconsin. It's time to enjoy the Bog.
To be labeled as bourbon, a whiskey must be distilled from a mash that is at least 51% made of this grain.
What is corn?
Correct.
I'll take liquor for 800.
A cocktail of rum, grapefruit juice, lime juice, simple syrup, and maraschino liqueur is a daiquiri named for this American author.
Who is Ernest Hemingway?
Correct again, Marie. You're on a roll.
Liquor for 1,000, Ken.
Taking a shot of whiskey and immediately chugging a beer is a quote-unquote recipe for this drink, named because it was once served to workers ending their shifts.
What is a Boilermaker?
Unbelievable. Tell us, how do you know so much?
Well, Ken, I am from Discount Liquor, where we have an encyclopedia-like knowledge of all things alcohol. We've been a family-owned and operated business since 1960, and we've all grown up with alcohol as a second language. Our business has literally served multiple generations of Wisconsinites. In Milwaukee, on 51st in Oklahoma, and in downtown Waukesha, on Main and Barstow.
Discount Liquor.
Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin present your Badger Minute. Here's Alex Strofe.
This Badger Minute brought to you by UW Credit Union. For every stage of life, UW Credit Union is here for every you. Proudly serving Wisconsin for over 90 years. Hop in or hop online at uwcu.org to join. The wait is over, Badgers fans. It's officially game week, which means it's time to look at some of the numbers inside the 2023 Wisconsin football team. 4 days until game day for the 4 transfer wide receivers joining this new-look Wisconsin offense. Offensive coordinator Phil Longo welcomed 4 new wide receiver names to the room to join forces with the likes of Chimere Dike and Skylar Bell. Bryson Green comes to Madison from Oklahoma State. C.J. Williams comes from USC. And Will Pauling and Quincy Burrows both come with the head coach Luke Fickell from Cincinnati.
Bundle a 250 series patio door and 8 double-hung windows with hidden screens for as low as $188 per month at Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin at PellaWI.com.
Make the most of your summer at Maddie's Bar and Grill in New Berlin and the new Big Backyard. Greetings, ESPN Milwaukee listeners. This is Matt Anderson from Maddie's, and I invite you to check out our outdoor party paradise, featuring our new amphitheater for live music weekly and built-in 18-foot jumbotron for incredible sports viewing parties. Multiple bars, including Tapville, Greater Milwaukee's first self-pour bar featuring craft cocktails, wines, seltzers, and beer. Can't wait for you to see what we've created. See you when I'm looking at you.
This is Wilde and Tausch on 94.5 ESPN. Sponsored by American Family Insurance. Insure carefully, dream fearlessly. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Time now. God, I love this idea of him dressed in a clown suit. I mean, Dan, well done. I love the idea. Maybe he could start small and start doing the show in his clown suit so he gets ready to go out into the public eye dressed as Dunzo. Time now for Wonelli.
If the topic is good, the guys discuss.
Just the other morning I had breakfast at Tracy Rocker's house. His mama brought out 15 flapjacks. He said, Mama, take back 5 of them flapjacks. I gotta stay hungry for the Crimson Tide.
But if it's not, the show must go on. It's time for
Whoa, Nelly!
On Wilde and Tausch.
Do you know how old Matthew Stafford is?
34.
I would say 35.
35 years old, according to the ESPN article, recapping that his wife, Kelly, on her podcast, said this earlier this week, quote, "It's kind of crazy. So Matthew's been in the league a long time. He's like, the difference in the locker room has changed so significantly. They have a lot of rookies on their team. They're very young, but he's like, I feel like I can't connect. In the old days, you'd come out of practice, you'd shower, and people would be playing cards, interacting. Who knows what they're doing, but they're doing something together. Playing ping pong, they have a ping pong tournament going on. They'd at least be talking. But now they get out of practice and meetings during training camp, and they go straight to their phones. No one looks up from their phones. Matthew's like, I don't know. Am I the dad? Do I take their phones? What do I do here? I want them to see me not as a coach. What do you make of Matthew Stafford's wife sharing that about Matthew Stafford on her podcast? And then what do you make of Matthew Stafford in that situation, which we've talked about Aaron Rodgers and Brett Favre and others being in?
Yeah, I mean, it's the new world, and Matthew Stafford has to adjust to it, just like Aaron Rodgers does and everybody else. So she has a podcast. She's out there. I think she probably does well with it, I'm guessing, because you're listening to it and other people it's been brought to the attention. I think ideally most people don't want a ton of other things being said, but Matthew Stafford obviously feels like this is something he needs to work on or trying to solve the problem. I think Matthew Stafford's career is starting to fade. I think his injury last year, the Rams wanted to trade him. I think that his time is coming to an end as an NFL quarterback. That's what this whole thing told me. Because you adjust. You don't sit there. What good is that going to do? To sit and kind of complain and everything else. You have to go where the people are. I would love for this to be old school telephone. You can only get a hold of people with an old telephone with a long yellow cord that you can drape through the kitchen when you're trying to talk. Those days are gone, man. It's over, Matthew. You better get with the TikTok era. It is part of the deal. I'm on X. I don't really necessarily want to be on X, but I'm there. You think I want to? I don't.
I think we should keep calling it Twitter so it doesn't sound like you're saying you're on ecstasy.
You're not on TikTok, though.
Well, that's because the government is mandating you not be. So.
All right. So, should there be an off the record with your wife?
Yes.
Like, look, Sarah, for example, is amazing, right? And she could easily do whatever she wanted with her career, and she could have a podcast if she wanted. We hear her talking about the Prairie Athletic Club. She's great. She's smart. She's funny. All those things.
Do you think she could have a podcast?
I don't have any questions she could. She's awesome.
Okay. Very interesting.
I mean, instead, all she does is she has to correct our mistakes via text message at this point. But what I'm saying is,
maybe her and Paula should go on Wisconsin On Demand and do a pod. I think Sarah would be up for that.
I think for the right price, Paula would be, sure. But my point is that while you were playing, there were probably
would
times...
Becca produce?
No, Strofe would.
Yeah.
Because Jesse doesn't have any more room in his schedule.
She'd have that day off.
My only thing is like, if you come home and you're venting, like, I don't know, maybe she asked Matthew Stafford's permission before she told this story, but, like, this is a bad look for her husband. Like, dude, adapt or die, man.
Not a good look.
You sound like you're out of touch, and you are.
You sound like me when I'm talking about the cable bundle. That's what he sounds like.
Right. So, hey, honey, could you not tell that story for everyone to hear? Because it's going to end up... Because let's be honest, Jesse did not listen to that podcast. Somebody heard it. They put it in a story, and then it got aggregated again and again and again, and now everybody's got it, even though they didn't listen to the actual podcast themselves.
Correct.
And now he's got to answer questions about why he can't connect with the young players on his team.
And his teammates have to answer questions.
Mm-hmm.
Get on. Don't make me take away your phone.
Whoa! Yeah, good luck. Can you imagine going up to a 25-year-old 3-year starter like A-Rod going up to Sauce Gardner and saying, no, give me your phone. We're done with this. How's that going to work for you?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I feel like they'd listen to him one time. If Rodgers goes up to Sauce Gardner and just says, "Hey, give me your phone for a minute," like we're gonna put that away for a minute. I think Sauce listens to him the first time. Then when he realizes it's just the old man being crabby,
people
then
don't
the next
give
time
their
he
phones up. Hey, people don't give their phones up, man. They just don't. Not happening. Maybe if they're going to a party and they say, "Hey, we're having like an '80s party, and you got to put your phone in here." Okay. They ain't giving it away at the complex. I feel fairly confident about that.
I would agree.
Whoa, Nelly!
Congratulations to our Milwaukee Brewers, winners of 9 straight games and 5 games up at the top of the NL Central standings. They defeat the Chicago Cubs 6-2 last night to keep the streak alive. Tausch, one thought on the Milwaukee Brewers' 9-game winning streak besides me and
how many more wins till you get free burgers?
Oh, my God. That was literally what I was going to say.
It used to be 12. I don't know if it still is. I know it was 12.
George Webb, yes, 12 games in a row, I believe. How many times have they had 12-game winning streaks?
It's a great question.
I think just the one.
George. Can ask Webby.
They got close like a decade ago, but I don't think they ever got to it.
It's been pretty impressive what Matt Arnold and his staff and Craig and that whole group has done. I thought this offense was going to be it was just too inconsistent. Look at them putting up runs, 4 in the first yesterday. They're humming, baby. They're humming.
All right, here we go from Fox 6 in Milwaukee. The promotion unofficially began in the 1940s. So that was dating back to, I guess, the Milwaukee Braves. It was formalized in 1965. George Webb boldly stated that his team would win 12 in a row and free burgers would be served. It has happened, it would appear, only twice in Brewers history. 1987, which I remember very vividly, Dale Swaim hitting the home run on Easter Sunday and everything else. And then October 2018.
Oh, that's right.
So in 1987, George Webb Restaurants handed out almost 170,000 free hamburgers. To meet demand, they ordered more than 25,000 pounds of ground beef. And they also went through almost 3,000 pounds of onions as well.
Onions.
In 2018, George Webb served up 90,000 burgers and handed out 100,000 free burger vouchers. So there you have it. And Craig Counsell called it the best marketing campaign in history.
Are we going to get burgers if they win 12 in a row? Team trip?
I don't know where how many locations
are you wearing a
nowadays?
Dunzo costume?
I would wear a Dunzo costume if they get to 12 wins and we get, as a group, we go get free burgers. Yep.
I'll do that.
Okay.
I'm on board.
Jason?
Yeah, for sure, especially if you're in full makeup and you have to try and eat your burger without smudging your makeup.
Tough. Yep. Okay.
Now, are you going to go with like the creepy clown face or the like psychotic? Whoa, Nelly!
Happy clown. There's happy clowns all around.
So I saw this other one, Jesse. I don't know what else you have on your Whoa Nelly, but the other one I saw is there's a bar on Brady Street. Love Brady Street in Milwaukee, by the way. That is going to give free drinks if you go 15 minutes prior and stay for the whole New York Jets game and they lose. That Aaron Rodgers starts, your tab is covered. Is that genius marketing? I know some people are going to say, don't care, it's Aaron Rodgers. But is that genius marketing? It can't be the same time as a Packer game. But it is, if you come in and go start drinking 15 minutes prior to the Jets game and you stay for the whole game and the Jets lose when Aaron Rodgers starts, they're covering your tab. I don't know the name of the bar, Jesse. I know you have that.
Jack's on Brady, yeah.
Jack's on Brady. What do you think of that idea, Jason?
I think it's brilliant. Now, those caveats are important, right? Like, if you're going and the Packers are on at the same time as the Jets, then you can't count that, right? But I love the fact that you're required to stay for the entirety of the game. You have to get there before kickoff, and then you have to stay through the whole thing.
Yeah, you can't just walk in with 2 minutes left in the fourth quarter. They're down 27.
Little update, too. So their owner is coming on. They're going to be on with Jen, Gabe, and Chewy tomorrow on ESPN Milwaukee. Tomorrow, to hear more, I will be tuning in because I think that is incredibly interesting. I think it's a very fun idea for all of us Packer fans that do care a little bit about what's going to happen with the 65% and where Aaron Rodgers and how the New York Jets fare this season.
By the way, Craig Counsell was on Wisconsin's Morning News this morning. I don't know if he comes on before
right before
you.
Me. Yeah, right before me.
But he said, remember, he grew up in Whitefish Bay, so he remembers the George Webb slogan, too. He said, I remember George Webb, but I don't remember eating the free burgers back in '87, so maybe he missed out on that. He did call it, though, the best marketing slogan ever. That was the quote from Craig Counsell on Wisconsin's Morning News on our sister station, 620 WTMJ. All right, everybody's coming up with smart marketing plans. We got George Webb a long time ago. We got Jax on Brady. Again, their owner will be on with Jen, Gabe, and Chewy tomorrow to talk about it. Those are all great ideas. I assume, then, that you also, whether you're doing it loudly or quietly when you're at Jax, you're obviously cheering against Aaron Rodgers so you can get your free drinks. So I wonder how raucous it'll be cheering for whoever the Jets' opponent is and how crowded it'll be. This is going to be really interesting.
It's going to be raucous. That place is going to be electric.
That'll be good.
That is it for Whoa Nelly. We will check one more time on any updated cuts from the Packers before we wrap things up next. It's Wilde and Tausch.
Wilde and Tausch is presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Call Gina Della from Pella at 855-PELLA-WI or visit online at PellaWI.com/radio.
Hey, it's ESPN Wisconsin's Jason Wilde, and for years and years, I've been telling you about Boucher Automotive and how they ride with us and you every mile. But over the past year, Boucher has been hard at work improving their sales processes, expanding and remodeling their facilities, and investing in new technology and continuing their commitment to better serving their customers, their employees, and their community. And that's why at Boucher, when their customers leave the dealership, they hope they've made a customer for life. With 20 locations throughout southeastern Wisconsin and 30 brands, they've got thousands of new and used vehicles for you to choose from. They are proud to be your Wisconsin family dealership group since 1977. So check them out at Boucher.com.
Homer, Tony, living in perfect harmony. Yeah, right.
Jordan Love, first rounder, who's been sitting 3 years behind Rodgers in the system.
Gap.
Bigger gap between
Yeah, but see, I think there is a big gap.
Yeah, but should it be bigger given those?
Then it is.
You're talking a 5th round rookie,
right?
Versus
should there be a
first
bigger
rounder?
Gap? I think there is a significant gap.
Do you think there is?
Yes.
Yeah. See, I don't know if there's a significant
I think that.
gap.
Listen to Homer and Tony weekdays from 2 to 4 on 94.5 ESPN and wherever you get your podcasts with Wisconsin On Demand.
Here in Wisconsin, one name is synonymous with fantastic frozen pizza, Palermo's. For almost 60 years, Palermo's has focused on feeding Wisconsin families. And though Palermo's has grown a lot since 1964, they're still family-owned. They're still proud to call Milwaukee home. And they're still committed to making the best frozen pizza possible. From their new and improved rising crust pizzas to their guilt-free Primo thin pies, Palermo's has a delicious slice for every appetite. Find Palermo's in your local grocer's freezer food aisle. Palermo's. Flavor is our family's business.
Juniper Pools is kicking off football season in a big way this year. Purchase a spa between July 29th and August 31st, and you win when our team wins. If the green and gold win the big game, you'll receive your hot tub purchase for free. If they win the division, you get $1,000 back, and if they make the wild card playoff game, you score a $250 in-store gift card. For complete promotional terms and conditions, visit poolpeople.com. Get ready to relax and back the green and gold this season with Juniper Pools on West Wisconsin Avenue by Costco in Appleton.
Hey, Drew Scott here, and I'm Jonathan Scott, reminding you that life's better with a home policy from American Family Insurance. They can help you get just the right protection at just the right price and help you save when you bundle home and auto. kind of like Goldilocks and the Three Bears. It'll be just right for you. We love a custom build. American Family Insurance. Insure carefully, dream fearlessly. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. Visit amfam.com to learn how discounts may apply to you. American Family Mutual Insurance Company SI and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Gabe, where do you think our group should be taking our golf trip next year?
Jason, I don't know. Do you have time to figure it all out and get all the reservations made? I certainly don't.
Not really. I mean, I'm so busy. If I only knew somebody to call that might do all the work for us.
Oh, I know about Wisconsin Golf Trips. Their main business is booking groups from around the world to play all the great courses in our state, but they're now doing outbound trips for groups each year to places like Michigan, Minnesota, and Nevada. Plus, Wisconsin Golf Trips is even booking custom packages for Scotland and Ireland.
Oh, wow. Let's hit them up.
WisconsinGolfTrips.com.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local convenience store today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
When I went looking for a place to rent, I wore a mask, but they could still see I'm black. The landlord told me
nothing available. When I went looking for an apartment, I wore a mask. Obviously, I'm Latino. They said
the place has been rented.
My wife and I were house hunting.
We wore masks, but we're Asian American. And the real estate agent said,
you won't be happy here.
If you suspect housing discrimination because of your race, file a complaint with HUD. Go to HUD.gov/fair housing. Fair housing. The law is on your side. A public service message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
You're listening to Wilde and Tausch on 94.5 ESPN. Presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin and sponsored by American Family Insurance.
It is final cut-down day for the initial 53-man roster. Tausch, because of the way things played out for you as a rookie, where you had such a good camp and you end up being a rookie starter and everything else, you didn't go through the angst of your first cut-down day, right? Like, I'm sure you still wanted to...
Well, with that said, yeah, I mean, listen, I thought that I was in pretty good standing. I was running with the ones. But you just never know. And as a matter of fact, on Wisconsin's Morning News this morning, Vinny and the boys are asking me about that. And I said, I think you get into the mindset where you want to believe that you're going to make it, but you don't take phone calls from the Packers when that would come about. You'd kind of try and hide out. For anybody that's kind of on that bubble, and just act as if nobody was going to, if somebody was trying to call you out, and hopefully they'd forget about you, and then you'd end up on the 53, which, of course, that's not how it works.
Like George Costanza being broken up with.
You just play that long game where you don't answer your calls, don't respond. But it's a tough day for everybody's family and everybody else, because here you have a lot of guys that have put in everything that they can, and they've done everything that's been asked of them. And sometimes it just comes down to it's a numbers game, and persistence and being able to stick with it when you've been told that you're not good enough to make this team. It's a hard thing to do, but when the guys do it, and I've seen plenty of guys that have said, no, I'm not taking that as my last deal. I am going to continue to fight and scrap. I fortunately was only cut at the end of my career. There have been a lot of players that would get cut. They'd bounce around, they'd get cut, but they stuck with it and ended up carving out really nice careers. So just because you're released today, and especially with that long practice squad roster, opportunities have never been more bountiful in this league than they are right now.
Real quick, what's it like for the guys that know they're not getting cut, but maybe they have their own opinions on guys that should be back and aren't, and the cuts play out for them? It's obviously worse for the players getting cut, but are you as a player watching to see what the general manager does to other players that you may think belong on the team or don't?
Well, and especially your buddies and guys that you've played with for a while, and everybody knows kind of who's on the bubble and who's not. But yes, players watch this immensely, very closely, because it directly affects their livelihood, and typically their friendships and how that all plays out.
That's it for us today. We'll do it again tomorrow. Thanks to Derek Blakesley, the Badgers outsider, for joining us, and thanks to you for coming along for the ride with us. Have a great day. Take care. Be good.
Miss any of today's episode of Wilde and Tausch, presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin? Commercial-free full show podcasts are available free on Wisconsin On Demand.
Olsen 2. Take it to the house this season and enjoy tailgating from your own backyard. Tito's wants to make sure you have the best tailgate on the block. You can win game day gear for your next gathering by entering to win at Tito'sTailgate.com. Be sure to enter by November 15th for your chance to win a Solo Stove Grill, a Brewmate back tap for batch cocktails, or a Tito's football jersey. For official rules, visit Tito'sTailgate.com. Must be 21 years old to enter. Distilled and bottled in Austin, Texas. 40% alcohol by volume, namely 80 proof. Crafted to be savored responsibly.
Cousin Subs just got better. With our newest mobile app update, we've made it easier to purchase your favorite subs and sides with Apple or Google Pay, and the ability to make split payments. And that's not all. Can we get your digits? Sign up today for our new text messaging program to unlock exclusive coupons and offers at cousinsubs.com or via our app. Cousin Subs. We believe in better.
As a professional musician, Lachi stays true to her creative vision, even with continuing vision loss from a growing hole in her eyesight. In time, Lachi could face the possibility of total blindness, but she's hopeful because she knows she's not alone. For 50 years, the Foundation Fighting Blindness has funded research into treatments and cures for blinding diseases, providing real hope to those fighting vision loss. And our nationwide community of local chapters provides networking and support for people with vision loss, as well as their loved ones, because the best way to fight against blinding diseases is to fight together. And for Lachi, winning means using her voice to bring hope to others with vision loss. The Foundation Fighting Blindness. Together, we're winning. Learn more about how you can help us end blinding diseases at fightingblindness.org.
Hey, it's Greg Scalzo and Ben Bruss.
Catch us Monday through Friday, 4 to 6.
Right here on 94.5 ESPN, WKTI, and WKTI HD Milwaukee.
A locally owned Good Karma brand station.
This is SportsCenter.
I'm Christine Lisi. This is a big day in the NFL. Deadline for NFL teams to narrow down their roster to 53 players and also make decisions on whether to activate players from the PUP list or have them miss at least the first 4 games of the regular season. Plus, running back Jonathan Taylor's facing a deadline from the Colts today to find a suitable trade. 6 teams have inquired about Taylor, the Dolphins among the 2 who've engaged Indian offers. Taylor is currently on the PUP list after offseason ankle surgery. Brave star Ronald Acuna Jr. encountered by 2 individuals in right field last night at Coors Field, which wound up with him being knocked to the ground. Security did deal with the 2 individuals. Acuna did not appear to be injured because of the incident. Reds infielder Matt McClain, a candidate for NL Rookie of the Year, on the IL with a strained right oblique. Cincy, a game and a half back of the last NL wildcard spot.
This is Greeny with Mike Greenberg on ESPN Radio. Plus, you can listen and watch on the ESPN app.
We've talked a lot about the rookies during the preseason, but as we enter the regular season, what about the young guys who've been around for a few years? This is Greeny on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80. I'm Emmett Golden alongside Chris Canty. We are presented by Progressive Insurance. And Chris, we've talked a lot about Young and CJ and Anthony Richardson. Well, there's 2 young guys that we haven't talked a lot about, Justin Fields and Jordan Love. Of the 2, who are you expecting to have the better 2023?
Well, it depends on how we define better, right? Is it going to be individual production or is it going to be team success? Because I think you get 2 different answers based on how we qualify it. If it's individual production, how could you not say Justin Fields based on what he did last year? I mean, the guy was unbelievable. Combined for over 25 touchdowns, had 1,100 yards on the ground. I mean, you saw the live arm, the fact that they added DJ Moore to a receiving core that has Cole Kmet, Darnell Mooney, and Chase Claypool. you feel pretty damn good about what Justin Fields can do this upcoming season. And they fortified the offensive line. They got guys in front of them now that can actually hold up and drop back protection. So I feel better about Justin Fields being able to produce. But that team still has a long way to go, especially on the defensive side of the ball, if you're going to be talking about them having team success, competing for an NFC North title, competing for a playoff spot. Now, when you look at the Green Bay Packers, that was a team last year that came one win away from being in the postseason, and that game was at home in Week 18. Now, they just so happened to flop against the Detroit Lions, but this is a team that, from a talent standpoint, ain't that far off. So you have to ask yourself the question, do you believe Jordan Love can give you competent quarterback play? If the answer to that is yes, then there's no reason why the Packers shouldn't be in the mix for a playoff spot in 2023 and to have a better record than the Chicago Bears.
To your point, I do believe that Justin Fields will have the better numbers. Yeah, I think there'll just be kind of more opportunities, especially with him getting outside the pocket and making things happen with his feet. We've seen him take, scrambles 60, 70 yards for touchdowns. That guy's electric. But
not to mention, EG, the defense for the Chicago Bears was dead last in points allowed. Dead last. So if you're Justin Fields, you got to light up the scoreboard just to give your team a chance.
Yeah,
that's every single week.
So
I do believe that side of the ball will be better, but I could see Justin Fields finding himself on the losing end of a lot of shootouts, and I just don't think that that's going to be what the Green Bay Packers look like in 2023, just based on all of the draft capital that they invested on the defensive side of the ball over the last decade.
Yeah, you use the word competent for Jordan Love. I think that's a good word to use for him. I'm not expecting video game numbers like we kind of, just talked about Justin Fields will have to put up. But I think he's going to be really solid. And I'm sure it's great if you have a franchise quarterback. It's great if you have a guy that can pull a rabbit out of his hat whenever you need it. But if you have a guy to get you in and out of bad or get you out of bad situations, if you have a guy that can move the chains, that can make the easy throw, that could get rid of it when he's under pressure and take care of the ball, that could make a team go a long way when you just play competent quarterback.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it, and that's what I'm anticipating from Jordan Love. I mean, listen, the guy's been in the league for a minute now. Like he's not your typical first-year starting quarterback, although this is going to be the first time we see him in extended playing time. He's got a couple of starts under his belt, but, I mean, again, this is going to be an introduction to the rest of the NFL world this upcoming season. The question is, how much has he learned from Matt LaFleur, how they adapted the system post-Aaron Rodgers, and how have those new receivers for the Packers been able to develop? I mean, think about it. They got Christian Watson and Romeo Doubs, and those two guys look like they're going to be home runs for the Green Bay Packers. They also went out and got a tight end in the draft this year out of Oregon State. And he looks like he's going to be a pretty good player too. So Luke Musgrave is the name of him. I think that they've positioned Jordan Love to be able to give you solid quarterback play. And I think what's going to anchor this team is the run game behind A.J. Dillon and Aaron Jones, and then that defense that has all of those first-round draft picks on it. So, I mean, that's really what it is. Think about this. The Packers on defense have 7 guys that were first-round draft picks. 7 of them. That's a big number. So you've got talent on that side of the ball. It's just a matter of being able to harness it, and that's on defensive coordinator Joe Barry as well as Matt LaFleur. So I'm curious to see what that ends up being, but I do think Jordan Love will uphold his end of the bargain by playing relatively clean football. He might not make the wow plays that Rodgers was capable of, but quite frankly, this team doesn't need him to do that in order to compete in the NFC North and in order to compete for a playoff spot in the conference.
He's Chris Canty. I'm Emmett Golden. This is Greeny on ESPN Radio. Let's hear from Freddie Coleman, who was on ESPN Radio, and he talked about who he has the higher expectations for.
When you're replacing the dude in Aaron Rodgers, who is going to be one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time, when you're replacing that guy and people say, oh, so that's why they drafted you in the first round. We're going to find out about Jordan Love. That's why I think expectations are higher for him this year than Justin Fields. He still does not have a good core of players around him that makes that a playoff team. So they get the 7 wins. They'll throw a damn parade in Chicago because they're seeing progress. If you're Jordan Love and you're coming off a season where people couldn't wait for you to be out there in Green Bay and replacing Aaron Rodgers is going to go down as one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time, those expectations will be exponentially higher.
Yeah, and that's Freddie right there. Chris, who do you think has the best chance to be that franchise quarterback for their team, Justin Fields or Jordan Love?
No. I mean, I'm in love with the ability of Justin Fields. I think this dude can win an MVP at some point in his career. That's how talented he is. As a former defensive lineman, he would give us headaches trying to game plan for him just because of his ability to use his legs. Like, the guy is not only a really talented thrower, but he's also, right up there when it comes to the most explosive runners in the National Football League. I mean, you can't name 10 running backs that run the football better than Justin Fields does.
You can't.
And Fields ain't a running back. So, I mean, the first time I saw him on an NFL field where he tucked it and run, I said, that dude looks like a running back when he's running the football, not a quarterback. That's how special of a talent Justin Fields is. So I would, if I'm buying stock in one or the other, I'm buying long-term stock in Justin Fields, even though I think that the return on the investment might happen a little sooner with Jordan Love.
Yeah, I agree with that. If it's not Fields, it's not his fault. If it's not Fields, then Chicago ruined him. That's the way I kind of look at that.
Well, they've tried their damnedest. He's the most contacted quarterback since he came into the NFL. So they've tried to allow opposing defenses to knock the career out of him, and yet this dude is still standing, which is a testament to his sports character. It just lets you know that he's made of the right stuff. It's a matter of Chicago, their GM, their head coach, putting the right things around him, the pieces, the schemes, in order to accentuate what he does really well.
Now, the NFC North is the closest when, may not be the best division, but it's definitely the closest. When you look at the Caesar Sportsbook odds, you have the Lions at plus 120 there at the top, Vikings plus 260, Packers plus 360, Bears plus 440. Who do you like to come out of the AFC North this year?
Well, E.G., I don't like to answer a question with a question, but when the last time the damn Lions been favored to win their division?
Talk to him.
When was the last time? Think about that, bro. Just take a step back. When was the last time the Detroit Lions were favored to win the division? I can't. Nobody knows. I know they haven't been favored since they did division realignment in 2002. But, I mean, nobody really knows the last time Detroit has been favored to win the division. I want to say the last time they won the division was 91. So you're talking about over 30 years ago, 3 decades. Wow. That is wild to me. It is absolutely wild to me. That being said, I'm interested to see how Detroit responds now that there are expectations on them, because they ain't creeping up on nobody. And this is a team that had a lot of turnover luck in the second half of the season. They didn't turn the ball over a lot. They generated a lot of takeaways. The defense showed incremental improvement. I'm interested to see if they can build on that and if they can adapt to having expectations placed on them. It's different when you're the hunter versus the hunted. Now, as far as the Minnesota Vikings, I'm looking around and trying to figure out why is everybody writing them off. They were a 13-win team from a year ago, and I get it. Kirk Cousins, all of this and that. But Kirk Cousins has thrown for over 4,000 yards 7 of the last 8 years he's been in the league. The dude can play, and he's got the best wide receiver in the game in Justin Jefferson, not to mention another first-round draft pick in Jordan Addison at wide receiver, T.J. Hawkinson, a pretty good offensive line with Christian Darrisaw, who's one of the best left tackles in the game. If you don't know him, look out for him because he's just that damn good. This is a good football team, and Brian Flores has been hired as the defensive coordinator, so they're going to be better on that side of the ball. I don't understand why everybody is dismissing Minnesota and their chances of being able to win the NFC North in back-to-back years.
Same page. We're on the exact same page. I think Kirk Cousins is probably one of the most slept-on / disrespected quarterbacks in the NFL. And then when it comes to the Lions, I think they're a solid football team. but we don't take into account strength of schedule very often. And a lot of times when those bottom-tier teams make a big jump, it's usually because they improved and they played a much easier schedule. That won't happen this year for the Lions. So I'm interested to see how they'll be able to navigate through the 2023 season. I'm Emmett Golden. He's Chris Canty. This is Greeny on ESPN Radio, and Greeny is presented by Progressive Insurance. Save when you bundle motorcycle, RV, and boat insurance. Visit Progressive.com. Coming up next, we might as well announce the first pick of next year's draft right now, right? This is Greeny on ESPN Radio.
The 12th-ranked Tennessee Vols bring a high-powered offense into Nashville to face the Virginia Cavaliers.
College football is really back.
Coverage begins Saturday morning at 11:30 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ABC.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out. Minimum purchase required. Interest accrues from date of purchase, but is waived if paid within promotional period. Go to windowappointmentnow.com for full offer details.
Attention all homeowners. Do you know when to replace your windows? Feeling too hot or cold? Fog between the glass? Spending too much on expensive energy that literally goes out the window? It's definitely time to replace. If you put off replacing windows in your home because it's too expensive, here's great news. You can now get a free in-home window consultation and free price quote from Renewal by Andersen. And right now you can save $375 off every window and $750 off every door. Just text POWER to 200-300 for your free consultation on top quality affordable windows or patio doors for $0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for a year. That's right, you don't pay a dime for an entire year. Text POWER to 200-300 right now to save $375 off every window and $750 off every door. But hurry, these big dollar savings won't last long. Text POWER to 200-300. Don't wait. Text the word POWER to 200-300. Text POWER to 200-300.
Man, now that's a good idea.
That's right, the mayor.
Any advice for Ben to get more love now from the Packers fans?
Can you sign my Aaron Rodgers Jets jersey?
Well, I would not do that.
The mayor has spoken.
I have made a decision. And the decision is that we're going to let you guys stay on the air. All of us, the collective listenership, that we continue to reinforce our love for Green Bay.
Ben Brust, purveyor of chaos, right here on 94.5 ESPN.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Oh, I cracked the hull of my new ski boat today. Oh my gosh, why'd you do that? It's not like I was trying to do it, you know. Sorry, that's rough, my bad, bro. Did anyone witness this epic fail? Yes, this video's galore, and now I'm a meme.
Accidents don't just happen in sea shanties, so Progressive Boat Insurance has you covered. Take as little as 4 minutes to see what you can save at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Covered subject to policy terms and not available for all boats or in all situations.
UW Credit Union presents the Student Athlete of the Week, supporting local student athletes as they grow on the field, in the classroom, and in the community. UW Credit Union is here for every you. Learn more at uwcu.org. Here's Ashton Rotman with the UW Credit Union Student Athlete of the Week.
This week's UW Credit Union Student Athlete of the Week is Greendale's Gabe Torres. The Panthers' senior wide receiver having an outstanding night in their 48-40 win over Alcorn in Week 2. In the game, Torres had 6 catches for a total of 148 yards, and to go along with it, the class of 2024 product got into the end zone 3 times. The win for Greendale was their first win of the season and a nice bounce-back victory following the season opener in which they fell 34-7 to Badger High School. Next up, Torres and the Panthers will take on Cudahy at home in a Thursday night contest.
Sunday, Sunday, Sunday. That's right, folks. Great Lakes Dragway's 2023 race season is in full swing. Come out to see our annual events like Memorial Day Weekend, Labor Day Weekend, Nitro Streetcar Brawl, Import Wars, Larry's Fun Fest, and Bug Fest. Looking for something new and exciting? Come see the Night of Fire Jet Show. Want the track all to yourself? Email or call about a private track rental. Go to GreatLakesDragaway.com for contact information and our full season schedule. Great Lakes Dragaway, just a burnout west of I-94 on County KR. Be there.
Let's get the latest from Lambeau. This is your green and gold fix on 94.5 ESPN. Brought to you by Z-Bart of Greater Milwaukee. Want that mirror finish on your car? You need Z-Gloss by Z-Bart. Z-Gloss is a 3-layer ceramic coating that not only gives your car that mirror finish, it protects it from everything that Mother Nature can throw at it. Visit zbart.com for more information.
The preseason is now over for the Packers, ending with a 19-15 victory in the preseason finale against the Seahawks. Matt LaFleur saying Jordan Love would play, and he did, going 9-15 and a touchdown in the game. As for knowing if Love is ready to step up, LaFleur points to Love's ability to stay calm as a positive presence.
There were some moments that weren't the most fun going through when you're not producing points on offense. That can be frustrating, but I just think that's one of his makeups that makes him very special.
This has been your green and gold fix on 94.5 ESPN. Brought to you by Z-Bart of Greater Milwaukee.
Gabe, where do you think our group should be taking our golf trip next year?
Jason, I don't know. Do you have time to figure it all out and get all the reservations made? I certainly don't.
Not really. I mean, I'm so busy. If I only knew somebody to call that might do all the work for us.
Oh, I know about Wisconsin Golf Trips. Their main business is booking groups from around the world to play all the great courses in our state, but they're now doing outbound trips for groups each year to places like Michigan, Minnesota, and Nevada. Plus, Wisconsin Golf Trips is even booking custom packages for Scotland and Ireland.
Oh, wow. Let's hit them up.
WisconsinGolfTrips.com.
Look at all this space I have on my desk. Finally, no more clutter.
I know, right? Plus, now I can actually see everyone and talk to them whenever I want.
Would you stop trying to ask people if there are more doors or wheels in the world?
Speaking of wheels, these chairs, woo!
I've never been more comfortable at work.
Coakley Brothers and Brothers Interiors, the official moving and furniture provider of GKB Milwaukee.
Huddle up, Milwaukee. Wilde Automotive is calling a 2-minute warning on remaining 2023s. Rush in today for Wilde's Model Year Closeout Sales Event. Shop every 2023 model at the lowest prices of the year. Score big with our low price guarantee. And go long with our 20-year, 200,000-mile warranty. So make the winning play. Get to the Model Year Closeout Sales Event going on now.
Go to ewaldeauto.com.
Hey, Drew Scott here, and I'm Jonathan Scott, reminding you that life's better with a home policy from American Family Insurance. They can help you get just the right protection at just the right price and help you save when you bundle home and auto. Kind of like Goldilocks and the Three Bears. It'll be just right for you. We love a custom build. American Family Insurance. Insure carefully, dream fearlessly. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. Visit amfam.com to learn how discounts may apply to you. American Family Mutual Insurance Company SI and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Show podcasts, team-centric feeds, and listening live whenever, wherever. All of that in the palm of your hand. The Wisconsin On Demand app, available in the Apple or Android App Store.
This is Greeny on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80. I'm Emmett Golden alongside Chris Canty. We're presented by Progressive Insurance. Football is back, and I'm here to remind you that Vivid Seats has your back for all your ticket needs. Not only is Vivid Seats the official ticketing partner of ESPN, they have a 100% buyer guarantee, and they're the only ticket company that rewards you for buying. Football season, check it out. Catch every pass, every tackle, and every heart-pounding play live in person. To get great deals on great seats, visit their app and download the app or visit vividseats.com today. Vivid Seats, experience it live.
An $81 million dead cap hit feels like a problem. This feels like the end of the Kyler Murray experiment.
It makes me think of, are they already starting to look to 2024 and the potential quarterback of the future and who would be playing on Saturday afternoons in college?
What in the world is going on in Arizona? The Cardinals a year ago seemed like they had the franchise quarterback and they were ready to contend. Now they've cut Colt McCoy and traded a 5th-round pick for Joshua Dobbs. Chris, what is going on with the Arizona Cardinals?
E.G., you know what's going on. They're taking a page out of Sam Hinkie's playbook. They tanking, bro.
Trust the process.
This is the Sixers in the 2010s. Like, we tanking. We trying to get that top pick. That top draft pick. That's what we doing. And and at the same time, it's fingers crossed that the Houston Texans are awful, so we get their 1st-round pick too. And that's a top 10 pick. Like, that's what the Arizona Cardinals are doing. They're going with this youth movement because they don't want to win football games. Jonathan Gannon just got hired. He's got job security. Everybody on his staff has job security. Monty Ossenfort, the GM, just got hired this offseason. He's got job security. They can stand to have one of those years where they're god-awful and they have 2 top 10 picks, because that's probably the quickest pathway to being able to reset the franchise and get guys that could be cornerstones, that could be difference makers, force multipliers moving forward.
I guess if you're going to tear it down, you might as well go all the way to the studs, right? I mean, you still got Kyler Murray under contract, but it looks like he's not going to play this year. How about Jonathan
What if I don't want Kyler Murray? Right. like you talk about we got Kyler Murray under contract. Like, that's a good thing for the new GM. The new GM didn't give Kyler Murray that contract. The new head coach didn't give Kyler Murray that contract. You could probably make the argument that the previous GM and head coach got fired because they gave Kyler Murray that contract. So all I'm simply saying is that is not the asset that a lot of people are viewing it as. Just because Kyler Murray was the number 1 overall pick, just because he got a new contract under 3 years, doesn't mean he's the guy that they want to move forward with in Arizona. And I think their overall approach to 2023 is indicative of the fact that this team is going to be pushing the reset button, and they're looking at every single position, including their quarterback, as a part of that process.
Yeah, you look, Josh Rosen drafted him, got rid of him. I understand why, he didn't perform. But then they got Kyler Murray and he has a lot of money left, Chris. This is the 2nd year of his contract, and you know how they do it in the NFL now. They give you that low base salary the first year or 2 just to kind of finesse the cap. All the money is on the back end. So you owe this guy a lot of money, and now you don't want him. It's going to be tough to move him.
Well, you say it's going to be tough to move him. If they trade him after this upcoming season, they would save $5 million against their cap. So, I mean, do you think that Kyler Murray is a $5 million? Is keeping him around worth $5 million? Not if I got the number 1 pick. Not if I'm going to get Caleb Williams or Drake May. So to me, that makes all the sense in the world if you're the Cardinals and viewing it as an opportunity to tank because your starting quarterback is dealing with an injury where he has a knee reconstruction and the rest of the roster just isn't good enough. Sometimes in sports, and I know it's taboo to say this, sometimes in sports, it behooves a team to tank. Look at the San Antonio Spurs the last couple of years. You don't think it made sense for them to tank to have an opportunity to draft Wemby? Of course it did. Of course it is. Sometimes, by virtue of just how things play out, injuries and so on, it makes sense to tank. I remember once upon a time, you're talking about David Robinson getting hurt in the season, and the Spurs decided, you know what, we're going to go ahead and be bad. You know what ended up happening? They got the number 1 pick and drafted Tim Duncan. So the Spurs seem to do it right. Nobody associates the Spurs with tanking, but that's what happened. Look at the Houston Astros in the 2010s. They were awful. I mean, you're talking about 100-loss team. They ain't playing but 162 games in the season. 100-loss team. The Astros were able to get Alex Bregman, Jose Altuve, George Springer. What happened? You're talking about a team that's been in the midst of a dynastic run over the last 5 or 6 years. So sometimes in sports, it makes sense to tank. And the Arizona Cardinals, I would probably put that team in that bucket. Although they are being brash about it. They ain't even trying to hide it. They just letting everybody know what they're doing by cutting Colt McCoy.
Yeah, this is the funniest thing of it all is, I just got to play this. Jonathan Gannon, the Arizona Cardinals head coach, their quarterback situation, just kind of 2 guys that, hey, we'll see. But he thinks he has a competitive advantage.
I think we got a pretty good plan in place, but I want to see them, both go through the next 2 weeks. I think that how the plan that we have to evaluate that and to get that done and the team knowing the why behind it, I think they're comfortable with it, but feel good about where it's at. I'm not going to name a starter because I think it's a competitive advantage for us going to Washington, but we'll know who the starter is.
Is it a competitive advantage for the Washington Commanders defense to not know whether it's Josh Dobbs or Clayton Tune? I don't think it is.
No,
you might have a bigger advantage if you told them who the quarterback was.
No, it don't matter. Listen, man, with that defense, it don't matter if it's Clayton Tune. It don't matter if it's Josh Dobbs, man. It really don't. I mean, E.G., I don't even know. I can't even figure out, even if they had, one of the best quarterbacks in the National Football League, with the roster that this team has, it's going to be ugly this upcoming season. And they know that. Now, they've got to present a good face because I think the commissioner and the rest of the NFL owners will frown upon, openly tanking or saying that you're tanking. But what's understood ain't got to be said. Everybody knows that that's what's happening. It happens sometimes in the NFL. The Cleveland Browns did it once upon a time where they went 0-16. It happens. And teams do it. I just think that it's one of those things that you don't talk about, kind of like Fight Club. Yeah. And that's what the Arizona Cardinals are doing in 2023. It's just the Colt McCoy move made it even more obvious that that's the direction that they're going in.
And all of this to hopefully get Caleb Williams, the Heisman Trophy winning quarterback out of USC. What if he, the NIL money is pretty good. He's making just under $3 million in NIL money. Maybe Caleb wants to keep getting the NIL money and not go to Arizona. Do you think he would forego an opportunity to go to the NFL to stay in sunny California getting that NIL money?
Well, listen, man, Caleb Williams already said he hasn't made a decision on what he's going to do this upcoming season, and he said it's not off the table for him to come back to USC in 2024. I think a lot of it depends on who's picking number one. If I'm Caleb Williams, I'm looking at the Cardinals with a side eye because they burn through top 10 quarterbacks like it's nobody's business. You mentioned Josh Rosen. Kyler Murray was the number one overall pick, and look what happened to him. And that was a guy that was at Oklahoma, and Caleb Williams was at Oklahoma once upon a time. So it's not like it can't be off the table if you're Caleb Williams to keep that door open to go back to USC, especially with NIL and the potential to make millions, with him potentially being the back-to-back Heisman winner. Like, it can't be off the table because we know how bad the Arizona Cardinals are. More quarterbacks are ruined than made. Franchises, commit franchise malpractice by not giving these guys the kind of support they need early on in their career, and they get the career knocked out of them. So if you're Caleb Williams, do you want to go back to USC? No. But you also have to consider what your NFL future would look like and whether or not you'd be able to get to that big second contract if you go to a franchise like the Arizona Cardinals. Remember, there was a reason why Peyton Manning decided to stay at Tennessee another year. There was a reason why Andrew Luck decided to stay at Stanford another year. There was a reason why, all of these quarterbacks, Eli Manning did what he did in saying he didn't want to go to the LA Chargers. Like, players coming out of college, especially guys viewed as generational talents, recognize that there are some franchises that are better at developing the player and making the most out of a player's talent than others. And Arizona is a place that has proven that they are not one of those teams.
He's Chris Canty. I'm Emmett Golden. This is Greeny on ESPN Radio. It's time for us to bring in John Gambadaro, Arizona Sports 98.7. You can listen to Burns and Gambo Monday through Friday, 2 to 6 p.m. Pacific on Arizona Sports 98.7. John, we appreciate you joining us. How would you describe the Cardinals' approach to the 2023 season?
Responsibly building. Everybody's going to say they're tanking, but when Monty Ossenfort took this thing over, it was a mess. It was a disaster. I mean, they did, go from 3 wins, 5 to 11 and made the playoffs a couple of years ago and then got trounced by the Rams, and then they fell back, had a terrible year last year, fired Cliff Kingsbury, fired Steve Keim. And the roster's just no good. You know, the roster was built with aging guys, J.J. Watt coming in, and they don't want to do that. This roster doesn't want to do that. Everybody looks at Colt McCoy getting cut. They're like, oh, they're tanking. They didn't cut. Colt McCoy was just no good. His practices were no good. His games are no good. He's 38 years old and he's done. I mean, they're not tanking because they cut Colt McCoy, but they're also not spending money stupidly on aging veteran players when this team's not ready to win right now.
So, Gambo, what does success look like for the Arizona Cardinals this year then? Is it as simple as getting the number one pick?
Chris, I mean, I think you know. I mean, it's trying to be competitive. It's trying to build with younger players. It's trying to develop those players. You know, they've done a terrible time developing players here. Isaiah Simmons is gone, and Hassan Reddick, who was here, is a stud in Philadelphia now, and he went to Carolina and he was good. And you know, Byron Murphy is going to be really good in Minnesota. Like, we'll see what Zach Allen does in Denver. It's about developing players. Now, they weren't like Zach Allen's a good player. They weren't going to give him $16 million, pay him like he's a 15-sack guy when he's never done it before. So again, it's about being responsible. Everybody says they're not going to be a good football team. I get it, but they're not like tanking. Like you know, players don't play to lose. Coaches don't coach to lose. You know that. So I think what a good season would be is to be competitive in these games. You know, be in a lot of one-score games. Give yourself a chance to win. Let the young players develop. That would be success for them.
He's John Gambadoro, Arizona Sports 98.7. I agree with you, John, to a certain extent. I'm in Cleveland, and I was around for 1-31 for the Browns. And those players played hard, but the front office put players out there that they knew no matter how hard they played, they weren't going to win. Is that what Arizona is doing?
I mean, no, I don't think so. I mean, they've got a lot of draft assets. Remember, they made the trade in the first round last year to get another first-round pick, you know, for next season. And that could end up being a really good pick, especially if C.J. Stroud doesn't have a good year. You know, you might have 2 top 5 picks for the Arizona Cardinals. You might be 1 and 2. We don't know. What they're not doing is, you know, they're definitely not going out there and trying to throw a bunch of veteran players out there and see that they can go, you know, 8 and 9 and have a chance to make the playoffs. Because they just don't think that's responsible. They didn't think that was. Now, they traded for Dobbs, and we'll see if Joshua Dobbs ends up being a starting quarterback. They're not going to announce anything, guys. They're going to give Dobbs 6 practices to see if he can run this offense. He knows the offense. That's why they traded for him. He knows the offense. Their first game against Washington, Washington's biggest strength defensively is their pass rush. So I don't know if they really want to go into the season with Clayton Tune as the number 1 guy, but they do have 6 practices left to see if Dobbs can run it. It's a fair question. Like, it really is. It's a fair question. Are they trying to lose on purpose? The answer is no. I mean, they're trying to build through the draft. Look, the year they went to the Super Bowl, Denny Green had like 3 good drafts. And they went to the Super Bowl and they lost to the Steelers. So the way to build is really through the draft, not through free agency, and that's what they're trying to do.
Gambo, what's the state of the relationship between the Cardinals and Kyler Murray, and when can we expect to see him on the field?
You know, I talked to his agent yesterday. I talked to the Cardinals about it. Like, they're not going to rush him back. He's on the PUP list, so that's 4 games right there. They really, Chris, they want to get him back because they really do need to know what to do with that number 1 overall pick if they get it. So that everybody wants him to come back and play. Because if he comes back and plays and he's just okay or he's just average, okay, then you know if you got a chance to take Caleb Williams, you take Caleb Williams. If he comes back and in this offense, in this Drew Petzing offense, if he comes back and he's great, you know, then they've got a decision to make. Because I think, and I've said this on my show, if they get the number 1 overall pick and they want to trade it, they're going to get the biggest haul that's ever been had. It's going to be like an NBA trade. If Caleb Williams has another year like he did last year and won the Heisman, this will be the biggest blockbuster trade of all time. Nobody's going to have gotten more for a number 1 overall pick than the Cardinals will if they decide to trade it. So everybody wants Kyler to come back. But my estimate, guys, I think he's going to miss somewhere between 6 and 8 games. He's definitely going to miss 4, but they're also not going to throw him right back out there, you know, not knowing the offense, not having practice in the offense. They're not going to throw him out there with 10 days of practice and say go.
Hey, Gambo, the NIL money is good. And what if Caleb Williams decides, hey, I don't want to come out this year. I want to stay in sunny California, make some more NIL money. How would that affect what the Cardinals, I don't want to say want to do, but could possibly do next year?
Listen, maybe. I can't imagine a kid wins Heisman Trophy 2 years in a row. USC wins the Pac-12. They go to the playoffs, and then he decides he doesn't want to go to the NFL because of NIL money. Look, I mean, this NIL money is crazy. We're talking about it here with Jaden Rashad at ASU. What if he has a really good first year and ASU doesn't have the same NIL money as others? And, Jaden Daniels, the Heisman Trophy favorite right now for LSU. He was the ASU quarterback a couple of years when Herb was here. So the NIL thing, it's real. You do have to worry about it. If it happens, it happens. You can't do anything. You got Drake May sitting there. If he has another great year, the North Carolina kid, he's 6'4", he's got a great arm, then you could take him or you could trade that pick and keep Kyler Murray. Kyler's got that new contract, but you can get off of that contract. There's teams that would trade for Kyler Murray if he comes back and he plays well. But I don't know. The Caleb Williams things, we just have to see. Can you imagine passing up on the NFL? Look, there's guys, you mentioned guys, you were mentioning Peyton Manning and Andrew Luck and Eli Manning. But there's also a lot of guys that came back for another year and it didn't work out. So, Matt Leinart, there's plenty of players that did come back and they should have stayed in college. They should have went to the NFL and they stayed in college and it didn't work out perfect for them.
Gambo, real quick, because we're up against it, I wanted to ask you, with all of the speculation around the Cardinals tanking, people have floated the idea of the NFL coming up with a draft lottery. What do you think about the NFL implementing a draft lottery?
Yeah, I'd be in favor of it. I think it's pretty exciting, in the NBA. With the Phoenix Suns here, they ended up with the number one overall pick a few years ago and got DeAndre Ayton. There were other years they could have had the number one pick. Remember, they were winning 20 games a year for like 5 years, even with Devin Booker. But they did get the number one overall pick the 1 year and got DeAndre Ayton. I'm not against it. I'm not against the draft lottery. It's a 16-game season instead of an 82-game season. That's the only reason why. You do want to reward some of these bad teams and give them the opportunity to be better. But I'm not totally opposed to it. It has worked in other sports, so I think it could work in the NFL.
He's John Gambadoro from Arizona Sports 98.7. John, thanks for joining us today. We appreciate it.
Yeah, and Patrick Ewing once went to the Knicks number one overall, so the lottery worked with that frozen envelope.
And there it is. I'm Emmett Golden. He's Chris Canty. This is Greeny on ESPN Radio. And coming up next, the next Frank Caliendo might be one of the NBA's best players. This is Greeny on ESPN Radio.
Switch to Geico today and see all the ways you could save.
Isn't that aroma just heavenly?
What's with the whispering?
Inside this grill is the secret to winning game days.
Eckrich smoked sausage, crafted with a perfect medley of spices for a truly rich, savory taste. So easy to prepare, too. Now, hand me one of those buns.
Whoa, keep your voice down.
Marty, you're still whispering? Secret's out, buddy. Eckrich.com has dozens of simple, mouth-watering recipes for everyone to win game days this season.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Discover credit cards automatically double all the cash back you earn at the end of your first year, which means... Wait, hold up. Question for the audio engineer.
Go ahead.
Did I read that right? Discover automatically doubles all your cash back?
Yeah, that's what the script says.
So if I get a Discover card right now, I can earn twice the cash back.
Apparently. Wait! Unlimited first-year cash back match. Only from Discover. See terms and learn more at discover.com/match.
Let's get the latest from Lambeau. This is your green and gold fix on 94.5 ESPN. Brought to you by Z-Bart of Greater Milwaukee. Want that mirror finish on your car? You need Z-Gloss by Z-Bart. Z-Gloss is a 3-layer ceramic coating that not only gives your car that mirror finish, it protects it from everything that Mother Nature can throw at it. Visit zbart.com for more information.
The preseason is now over for the Packers, ending with a 19-15 victory in the preseason finale against the Seahawks. Matt LaFleur saying Jordan Love would play, and he did, going 9-15 and a touchdown in the game. As for knowing if Love is ready to step up, LaFleur points to Love's ability to stay calm as a positive presence.
There were some moments that weren't the most fun going through when you're not producing points on offense. That can be frustrating, but I just think that's one of his makeups that makes him very special.
This has been your green and gold fix on 94.5 ESPN. Brought to you by Z-Bart of Greater Milwaukee.
Call Wisconsin's own Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all.
Kevin Moret here from Mentality Men's Health. We hear stories every day in our clinics that what used to work for guys doesn't anymore. Increased cardio, cut out certain food, nothing stops the changes in their bodies, especially the weight. The fact is years of decreasing testosterone is packed on the belly fat that won't go away. We've introduced a medication, semaglutide, that helps drop 15% of the body weight on average while preserving testosterone. Join the over 20,000 Mentality clients and jumpstart your results. In Milwaukee, go to lowtusa.com. That's lowtusa.com.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer. Our policy is to provide equal opportunity employment, development, and advancement to all current and potential teammates. If you are an organization that maintains a job bank, provides employment information, or gives job referrals, you may request to be placed on the station's mailing list for future career opportunities. To learn more about careers at Good Karma Brands, please email careers@goodkarmabrands.com.
Change the way you do business and take more control of the payment process with Fifth Third Bank's Treasury Management Solutions. Their market expertise and managed services streamline the entire payment process and integrate with your existing systems, giving you more control than ever. With their suite of payment solutions, you will soon recognize new revenue sources that can save time, offset operating costs, and improve the bottom line, all customized for your business. Fifth Third Bank National Association. Custom solutions built around your goals. Member FDIC.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local convenience store today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
What does summer sound like in a new Chevy? Find the best way to the ballpark with the Chevy Equinox navigation system. Load up the kayaks with room to spare in the spacious Chevy Trailblazer with 60/40 split folding rear seats. Haul out the camper and spend a night roasting marshmallows with the Chevy Silverado. Or feel the roar of the crowd and bring the whole crew along in the Chevy Traverse with seating for up to 8. So what are you waiting for? This summer, happiness is a new Chevy. Visit WisconsinDriveChevy.com. Traverse seating up to 8 standard and LS available on LT with second row bench seat, RS Premier and High Country seat 7.
Life's better with a home policy from American Family Insurance because you'll feel protected no matter how the wind blows. All so you can keep enjoying the home of your dreams. And our expert agents can help you save up to 23% when you bundle home with auto. Insure carefully, dream fearlessly. American Family Insurance. Get a quote? Find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. Visit amfam.com to learn how discounts may apply to you. American Family Mutual Insurance Company SI and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Buckle up. It's all systems go at Potawatomi. Plug in to high wattage play and you could win an all-electric BMW i7. Play now through September with your club card. Prize drawings on Thursdays. There's a shocking $800,000 in total prizes on the line, including the luxury BMW i7. It's time to electrify your drive. Only at Potawatomi Casino Hotel. More info at paysbig.com/BMW. Must be 21 years old and a club member to play.
I asked what kind of family she wanted. She said,
a family like yours.
Learn more about adopting a teen at adoptuskids.org. You can't imagine the reward. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
Station updates, show clips, and your place to interact with us every single day just by scrolling through your feed. Follow along on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram at ESPN Milwaukee.
There's some people that are really gifted at sports, but then they have another talent. This is Greeny on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80. I'm Emmett Golden alongside Chris Canty. We are presented by Progressive Insurance. And a lot of times, Chris, someone who is not as athletically gifted as a professional athlete would be. Don't want to say I'm not athletically gifted, a little bit, but just not at least good enough to be a professional anyway. You would look at somebody who plays in the pros and goes, man, that person's lucky. That's their talent. Well, sometimes guys have more talents than just being a great athlete.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. Sometimes it happens, and there are always those hidden talents, those hidden gems. Like, some people have a unique, uncanny ability to make things more socially awkward than they have to be. And I would have to raise my hand as being that dude on more than one occasion. So, there are hidden talents. There's some strange talents. Like most folks don't know out there that I can play the clarinet and bassoon. Hidden talents that you never knew come from a defensive lineman for over a decade in the National Football League. I'm just saying it happens, and it's really interesting when we get to hear about it.
Yeah, and here's one that just popped up the other day. Didn't know this. Paul George for the Clippers. And very talented guy. Even has a really good podcast, right? Well, he also has another talent, and that is impressions. Here's his Charles Barkley.
Give us Charles, then. We know you got Charles.
Jackie, to think about it, let me tell you. See, back when I played, you almost had to chuck a guy when he got hot or fouled him and put him on his ass. But these guys now are just too soft.
That is amazing.
It's so good. It's so good.
That is amazing.
Oh,
you would
man,
never
that's a good
think
one.
that. So
that's
spot
a good
on.
one.
Well, that's not it. He has more. Here is Paul George's Kawhi Leonard impression.
YT was jumping in the workouts to help us with our shooting and stuff, like contesting and putting the hand up. We missed a couple shots, so of course YT going crazy. Ha! Told y'all, locking y'all up. So why he on Y now? Why misses? It's not you, it's me. It's not you.
I've used that line on more than one occasion, but I ain't saying I'm using that with teammates. It's not you, then.
It's me.
It's not you, it's me.
I'm picking up what
That's a pretty good one, though.
Yeah.
Can't you envision Kawhi Leonard saying that, though?
I absolutely could. I absolutely could do that for sure.
Man.
Now, here's the thing. Do you do any impressions?
I don't really do a lot of impressions. But I have one, and it really is a recounting of my pre-draft visit with the Dallas Cowboys. So once upon a time in 2005, I go down to visit the Cowboys. I'm talking with their head coach, Bill Parcells, at the time, touring the facility. And they sit me down outside of Jerry Jones' office, and the secretary waves me in, and I come in, and Jerry jumps up and says, hey, Kenny, how you doing? Glad to have you down here in Dallas. Go ahead and have a seat right there. Now, Kenny, let me tell you something. If you're going to play in the National Football League, you might as well play in Broadway. Now, you're a New York guy, so you understand this. Playing in the National Football League, you want to play on Broadway, and make no mistake about it. Playing for the Dallas Cowboys is playing on the Broadway in the National Football League. Now, that's about as good of an impression as I got for anyone. That's pretty good. Which is the Jerry Jones. It's not very good at all. This is not one of my hidden talents. But Jerry Jones making that analogy and then me actually going to play on Broadway with the New York Giants 4 years later and winning a Super Bowl is hilarious to me. So I always remember that story. And then I look down at my Super Bowl ring, which has New York Giants on it. I'm like, yeah, when I went on Broadway, I actually did well for myself.
Yeah, so he was right. He's Chris.
He was right.
I'm Emmett Golden. This is Greeny on ESPN Radio. Greeny is presented by Progressive Insurance. Insurance for motorcycles, boats, and RVs for protection on the road and on the water. See how much you can save at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com. I don't do any impressions, but I do have a useless talent. I have a talent that I can't make any money off of it, but it's a talent. Every time I'm at the gas pump, I could stop it on zero. Every time. If I put $20 in, I'm putting $20 in. I let go, bow, $20.
But how you going to say it's not worth nothing when you're literally saving money by not pumping more gas?
Touche.
That's worth something.
It's worth 12 cents.
A talent that's not worth anything, Jeff Darlington being able to spin anything. Like Jeff Darlington, our ESPN NFL reporter, like he does a phenomenal job, but Jeff Darlington can spin damn near anything on his fingertips. Like I've seen this dude spin pizza boxes. It's uncanny what Jeff Darlington can do, but outside of entertainment value, it has no value. Like he can't monetize it unless he's going to go into the circus. Was Jeff Darlington going to go from being an ESPN NFL insider to Ringling Brothers, Barnum and Bailey? Like there's nothing that he can do with that talent other than make people laugh.
That's true. That's true. I always thought my gas pump thing was useless, but I am saving like 4 to 5 cents every time I do it. So throughout my life, I probably save myself about $7. Yeah, there you go. There you go. The talent is worth $7 over 20 years. So at least it's worth something. At least about 25 years, I've saved $7 by pumping gas.
But shout out to Paul George for being able to have that impression. That's phenomenal. That Charles Barkley.
Yeah.
Like I had to listen real close to make sure it wasn't Charles Barkley.
It was
calling players soft and saying like that was unbelievable. Like, do we have that? Man, we got to play that again at some point in the show because that was just a phenomenal impression of Charles Barkley. It was great.
He's Chris Canty. I'm Emmett Golden, and there might be a forced arranged marriage in the NFL coming up. This is Greeny.
Hey, it's Gabe Neitzel, and Tuesday on ESPN Radio, it's deadline day for one NFL superstar as we wait to see if a trade can be made, plus all the news you need to know on NFL Cutdown Day. Join us at noon on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Get in zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. You know, changing your oil with a full synthetic oil like Castrol Edge can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP Extended Life Oil Filter for only $37.99. Get started on your next job today with the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com. Get in zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Be more cyber zen. Get NordVPN. With a few simple clicks, NordVPN will block online trackers, secure your devices from malware-infected downloads, and block access to malicious websites. With NordVPN, enjoy internet without trackers, without malicious websites, without malware-ridden files. Be more cyber zen. Take advantage of our special offer now at NordVPN.com.
Even when you think you know what's going on.
I heard it started out in the military where they'd give it to people in the military where they wouldn't get a Woodrow Wilson.
You can never be too sure.
If a lot of people were having issues with the Woodrow Wilson.
Yes. You know what we should talk about?
How do I do
ice
this?
cream. Remember how it was too hard? So you add the milk.
Jen, Gabe, and Chewy, mornings 7 to 9 on 94.5 ESPN and available wherever you get your podcasts with Wisconsin On Demand.
The Bog in Saukville is Ozaukee County's best golf experience. 18 championship holes designed by the legendary golfer Arnold Palmer, settled amongst 250 acres of beautiful private land. The Bog caters to golfers of all skill levels, offering a golf experience unlike any other. Come enjoy the finest golf greens in Wisconsin, and after your round, enjoy a bite to eat in our restaurant or out on our new patio bar overlooking the 18th green. It's time to golf, Wisconsin. It's time to enjoy the Bog.
I'm coming.
Hi, Mark Tauscher.
Boy, you just never know when or where you're going to pop up. This time, it's my house.
Can I come in?
You're already standing in my living room.
Tausch, you have mosquitoes in here.
Oh, yeah. It's like an insect zoo right now at my house. Heads up, here comes that wasp again. Incoming!
Shoo! You need Pella's 250 series of windows with exclusive hidden screens. They fit inside the actual window and protect you from nature.
Okay, now that's just brilliant. Yes, please. Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin to the rescue.
You got anything to drink around here?
Yeah, just go right ahead and make yourself at home, I guess.
Ooh, root beer.
Right now at Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin, bundle and save. Get a 250 series patio door and 8 double-hung windows with hidden screens for as low as $188 per month. Visit PellaWI.com today. Certain restrictions apply. See showroom for details. Offer ends 8/31/23.
Hey, it's ESPN Milwaukee's Gabe Neitzel, ready to celebrate Labor Day week on 94.5 ESPN. Sponsored by Perky's Old Fashioned, a ready-to-pour bourbon or brandy mix with the alcohol already in it. Get perked up this Labor Day with an easier-than-ever Wisconsin Old Fashioned. Just add the soda of your choosing to Perky's brandy or bourbon mix and enjoy. Find your nearest Perky's location at perkyspirits.com and get 15% off Perky's merch using the code PERKY15. Happy Labor Day from 94.5 ESPN and Perky's Old Fashioned, your bartender in a bottle.
Juniper Pools is kicking off football season in a big way this year. Purchase a spa between July 29th and August 31st, and you win when our team wins. If the green and gold win the big game, you'll receive your hot tub purchase for free. If they win the division, you get $1,000 back, and if they make the wild card playoff game, you score a $250 in-store gift card. For complete promotional terms and conditions, visit poolpeople.com. Get ready to relax and back the green and gold this season with Juniper Pools on West Wisconsin Avenue by Costco in Appleton.
Gabe, where do you think our group should be taking our golf trip next year?
Jason, I don't know. Do you have time to figure it all out and get all the reservations made? I certainly don't.
Not really. I mean, I'm so busy. If I only knew somebody to call that might do all the work for us.
Oh, I know about Wisconsin Golf Trips. Their main business is booking groups from around the world to play all the great courses in our state, but they're now doing outbound trips for groups each year to places like Michigan, Minnesota, and Nevada. Plus, Wisconsin Golf Trips is even booking custom packages for Scotland and Ireland.
Oh, wow. Let's hit them up.
WisconsinGolfTrips.com.
Turn your love of sports into a fulfilling career. Carroll University offers master's degrees in athletic training, exercise physiology and sport physiology, and performance coaching. No matter which of the 3 disciplines you choose, Carroll features state-of-the-art technology, national recognized faculty, and experiential learning to prepare you for these high-demand careers. Visit carrollu.edu/sportscience to start your journey.
What can you do in about an hour? You could take a nap, do some cleaning, have lunch with a friend, watch your favorite show, take a yoga class, go to the gym, or buy a car. At Ewald Automotive, you'll be in and out in about an hour. Go to ewaldauto.com, select the vehicle you're interested in, and get your instant price. Get a firm trade-in offer, customize your payment option, and even add your own protection plans. Then head to the dealership, and you'll be in and out in about an hour.
Go to ewaldauto.com.
Here in Wisconsin, one name is synonymous with fantastic frozen pizza, Palermo's. For almost 60 years, Palermo's has focused on feeding Wisconsin families. And though Palermo's has grown a lot since 1964, they're still family-owned. They're still proud to call Milwaukee home. And they're still committed to making the best frozen pizza possible. From their new and improved rising crust pizzas to their guilt-free Primo thin pies, Palermo's has a delicious slice for every appetite. Find Palermo's in your local grocery store.
Hey, Greg Scalzo here. You're listening to 94.5 ESPN, WKTI, and WKTI HD Milwaukee.
A locally owned Good Karma brand station.
This is SportsCenter.
I'm Christine Lisi. As NFL teams face today's deadline to trim their rosters to 53 players, the Giants have acquired defensive end Boogie Basham from the Bills, according to ESPN's Jeremy Fowler. With Von Miller, Greg Rousseau, and Leonard Floyd at the top of Buffalo's depth chart, teams did have interest in its pass rush. Panthers released linebacker Deion Jones less than a month after signing him to a one-year deal. Carolina also acquired preseason standout receiver Amir Smith-Marset from the Chiefs. That deal will require an exchange of conditional seventh-round picks in 2025. Dolphins released running back Myles Gaskin. Brooks Koepka, a five-time golf major champ and a Live Golf captain, is a captain's pick for the United States for next month's Ryder Cup. The other captain's picks announced today: Colin Morikawa, Justin Thomas, Ricky Fowler, Jordan Spieth, and Sam Burns.
This is Greeny with Mike Greenberg on ESPN Radio. Plus, you can listen and watch on the ESPN app.
What happens when a guy doesn't want to be on a team but has no choice and has to play? This is Greeny on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80. I'm Emmett Golden alongside Chris Canty. We're presented by Progressive Insurance. So, Chris, we know Jonathan Taylor has been given the go-ahead to find a trade partner, but the deadline is coming up at 4 o'clock Eastern today. What happens if he can't find a trade partner and he has to come back and be on the roster for the Colts?
Well, if he's on the roster for the Colts, that doesn't necessarily mean he's got to play for the Colts. And I think that's where Jonathan Taylor gets some of his leverage from. Remember, this is a guy that had off-season ankle surgery, and that's the reason why he started training camp on the physically unable to perform list. Who's to say that after the first 4 games of the regular season, which he would be forced to miss by being on the PUP list, that he's going to be healthy enough to go out there and play, or that he's going to feel motivated to play? Now, listen, I know that Jonathan Taylor would probably point to the ankle as to why he can't play, but in reality, we all know it's probably a motivator cuff issue tied to the fact that he doesn't have the money or the contract that he's looking for. But needless to say, that Jonathan Taylor has this thing teed up where he could sit out for the foreseeable future, and the Colts have no choice but to pay him.
Yeah, I think that would be worst case scenario for everyone. Because if you're the Colts, don't you just want to move on? You know, I get it. He's a really good running back. But if you're petty and go, I need to get the most out of him, you know, in value in return, it just would be mixed messages because you already told the guy he's not valuable enough to pay. So to nickel and dime a trade partner just to get the most out of a guy that you obviously don't value, to me seems like they're hustling backwards.
Yeah, it seems like they're hustling backwards. Now, let's also keep this in mind. This is a self-imposed deadline for the Colts. The Colts can actually keep him on their active roster. They don't have to put him on the PUP list. It would just be at a disadvantage from a strategic standpoint because it would be one less live body that they would have early on in the regular season. But the Colts could presumably extend this thing. Like, there's no reason to say that they've got to do a deal today. Otherwise, they're going to keep on the PUP list. They can take him off the PUP list and still not trade Jonathan Taylor. It just means that they have one less roster spot. But for a team that's pushing a reset button, how much of a disadvantage is it, really? So, again, the Colts are trying to pressurize this situation in order to extract maximum value. But the reality is that there's probably more leverage on the sides of the teams that are vying for Jonathan Taylor's services and for Jonathan Taylor himself as opposed to the Indianapolis Colts. Because one thing is clear to me based on where the relationship between the player and the team is at, that Jonathan Taylor ain't playing for the Colts no time soon. So in order for the Colts to get anything from him, they're going to have to make a move, either by paying him or by trading him.
Let's hear from Dan Graziano, ESPN NFL insider. He was on Get Up, and he talked about what will happen if the Colts can't find a trade partner.
If the Colts don't find a team willing to give them what they want and also give Jonathan Taylor what he wants contractually, then he ends up staying with Indianapolis. The question is, what would that look like? The relationship between the player and the team seems to be fractured. If he stays with Indianapolis, they probably put him on the PUP list, which means he's out for the first 4 games. And then how long does that injury that he's coming off of linger? Like, I still feel like common sense has to take over at some point, and the Colts end up finding whatever the best deal is and moving on from a potentially ugly situation. But common sense does not always take over when we're talking about the way NFL teams act.
This is Greeny on ESPN Radio. I'm Emmett Golden alongside Chris Canty. And to the point you just made, Chris, this is a self-imposed deadline. The NFL trade deadline isn't until later in the season. So if you do keep Taylor on the roster, you could still move him in week 2, 3, 4, 5. Like, they still have options. It's not as definitive as at 4 o'clock all this is over.
No, but here's the thing. We kind of have an idea of what the compensation is going to look like. All you got to do is go back to last year in the middle of the season where the 49ers traded for Christian McCaffrey. We know that was a second-round plus. If I'm not mistaken, it involved second-round pick, a third-round pick, a fourth-round pick, and a fifth-round pick staggered across 2 drafts. So we know what the compensation should be thereabouts. So, and here's the thing. With Josh Jacobs having that enhanced 1-year deal, we kind of have an idea about what the money's going to look like. It's going to be $13 million a year or more. And you're talking about a 4 or 5 year deal. So this is the thing. What the Colts have to decide is whether or not Jonathan Taylor is a part of their long-term plans. If he is, then go ahead and pay him and be done with it. Don't let this be a distraction looming over your team when you're preparing to start a quarterback that's a rookie in week 1. Go ahead and make a decision on what you're going to do with Jonathan Taylor and then move forward that way. Whether you keep him, whether you trade him, I think there's arguments to be made on both sides, but allowing this to stay in limbo by virtue of not appeasing the player in one way or the other makes no sense at all.
Yeah, it's just kind of pettiness from Jim Irsay, right? Like, Jim just doesn't want to.
But it's the definition of cutting off your nose to spite your face. Like, why are you doing that? That doesn't make any sense for your franchise, and that doesn't help your young quarterback, who is ultimately the most important player moving forward. So I don't get why they're allowing this to continue to be a distraction. I get principle and I get doing things off of GP, but this is not one of those situations where you pick this hill to die on.
And if they do move him, one of the teams that seems like have been the most interested are the Miami Dolphins. What could Jonathan Taylor do for the Dolphins?
I mean, the Dolphins go to being the favorite in the AFC East. And, you know, I'd say probably a top 3 contender in the conference. Like, I would have them right there with the division winner of the AFC North and the Kansas City Chiefs. Like, that's the territory that the Dolphins would be in. And I get it. That's a far cry from where they've been over the last couple of decades, but that's what Jonathan Taylor does. Think about this. Over the last 2 years, Jonathan Taylor is top 5 in yards from scrimmage. He's second in yards after contact, and he's second in runs of 10 yards or more. What that tells you is he's one of the most explosive players in the NFL, and you're adding him to a skill position core that already features the fastest player with the ball in his hands in the NFL in Tyreek Hill, and one of the fastest players in the NFL in Jalen Waddle. I think, I mean, you might as well be a 4x1 relay team on the track. Hell, you could send them as the U.S.'s relay team in the 2024 Olympics in Paris, and they probably medal. Like, that's how fast those dudes are.
Yeah, but so, that might hurt Noah Lyles the most. You know,
right? Exactly.
That just might hurt.
World champion of that, Noah Lyles. Right. But all I'm simply saying is this: like, that team automatically elevates. There's pressure taken off of Tua. There's pressure taken off of the offensive line, especially knowing they're going to be without Teron Armstead for a bit. So I just think it makes a lot of sense if you're Miami to do it, especially when you have a quarterback on a rookie deal.
Is there any other teams that you look at and go, you know what, Jonathan Taylor could do that, if not more, for a different team?
I'm going to tell you one that's a little bit sexy. And I know people aren't thinking about it, but it makes all the sense in the world. The Philadelphia Eagles. Isn't this a Howie Roseman kind of move, the Philadelphia Eagles? Now, I get it. They lost Miles Sanders in free agency, traded for DeAndre Swift. They're paying DeAndre Swift less than $2 million this year, and that's an expiring contract. Why wouldn't I explore the opportunity to bring on Jonathan Taylor? Remember, Nick Sirianni was in Indianapolis when Jonathan Taylor was a rookie, so there's some familiarity there. The Eagles want to run the football. That's a part of their DNA. And the Eagles have a second-round pick in 2024. They got 2 second-round picks in 2024. So they have the ammunition and they have the opportunity, and I believe they have the cap flexibility to pull off this kind of move for Jonathan Taylor. if you do that, then I think you have to look at the Eagles as the favorite to win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, that's something else you got to think about when it comes to this Taylor thing. Whoever trades for him has to pay him. You know, they got to pay him. And Josh Jacobs kind of reset the market, and it doesn't seem like a ton of money. It seems like an area of a contract that a lot of teams would be able to finesse and fit under their salary cap.
Well, yeah. Well, listen, the teams that are interested know that they're going to have to pay Jonathan Taylor. You had 6 teams call Indy, and 2 or 3 that have already made offers. So the rest of the NFL is telling you that what Jonathan Taylor's agent is asking for is not unreasonable based on the caliber of player that he is. That's what the league is telling us. So we have to take it at face value. He's going to get his money if he ends up getting traded. Because of what teams would have to give up to the Colts in order to get him, they would go ahead and lock the player in and pay him. So this is a situation now where the Colts just got to make up their damn mind on what they want to do, which is easier said than done when you're dealing with a mercurial owner like Jim Irsay that likes to shoot his mouth off on social media.
And this also makes me, hearing, the amount of teams that are interested, makes me believe the whole running backs aren't valuable in the NFL thing. No, they just weren't valuable to the Colts, to the Giants, and to the Raiders, because it feels like there are other teams that are willing to pay these guys because maybe they feel they're more important to what their future has in store.
Well, I don't think it's a matter of teams not recognizing what running backs bring to the table. I think it's teams hedging against running back shelf life. Like a running back, after his first 5 years, you're talking about being on the downside of his career. He's out of his prime. For most players, they don't get into their prime until after their 3rd or 4th season. So I think because of the nature of the position, the amount of punishment that running backs take, teams aren't willing to line up and give them top-of-the-market deals and top-of-the-market money for anything less than their prime years. And I think that's why running backs have such a hard time, because by the time it gets by the time you become eligible for a contract extension, you're already halfway done with your prime. So I think Jonathan Taylor is hitting it right at the right spot, because he's going into his 4th year. So presumably a team would have multiple years of a player in his prime. And I think that's why you're seeing so much robust interest in Jonathan Taylor.
He's Chris Canty. I'm Emmett Golden. This is Greeny on ESPN Radio. And coming up next, we want your calls. 1-888-SAY-ESPN. That's 1-888-729-3776. What team needs to make a trade for Jonathan Taylor in the next few hours? That is after a word from FanDuel. Snap into the action this NFL season with FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. Right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when they place a $5 bet. So visit FanDuel.com/play and kick off the NFL season. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Hope is here. GamblingHelplineMA.org or call 800-327-5050 for 24/7 support in Massachusetts. Call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369 in New York. 21 plus and present in select states. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max bonus $50 unless specified otherwise. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. FanDuel is offering online sports wagering in Kansas under an agreement with Kansas Star Casino, LLC. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit FanDuel.com/RG in Colorado, Iowa, Michigan, New Jersey, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Illinois, Tennessee, and Virginia. 1-800-NEXT-STEP or text NEXT-STEP to 53342 in Arizona. 1-888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org/chat in Connecticut. 1-800-9-WITH-IT in Indiana. 1-800-522-4700 or visit ksgamblinghelp.com in Kansas. 1-877-770-STOP in Louisiana. Visit mdgamblinghelp.org in Maryland. 1-800-522-4700 in Wyoming or visit 1-800-GAMBLER.net in West Virginia.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you know that these days, generating growth is a challenge. By teaming with Bank of America, you'll not just stay ahead of the curve, you'll move it. With access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2023 Bank of America, N.A.
O'Reilly.
Increase your vehicle's performance and gas mileage with Lucas Fuel Treatment at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Simply add it to your tank at your next fill-up to eliminate carbon and varnish deposits. Right now, get 2 bottles of Lucas Fuel Treatment for $10. See store for details. Stop by your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store or shop online at O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Yeah, they're football guys, but they don't shy away from the big topics of the day.
You make a really good argument. He could have been the greatest brewer ever and played for 5 months.
Wilde and Tausch, presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Also sponsored by American Family Insurance.
And I stole his pants. I have a pair of CC's pants at the house.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Do they fit?
Why do you have CC's?
Well, they did. I'm not sure they do now, but yeah.
Weekdays 9 to noon on 94.5 ESPN and available wherever you get your podcasts with Wisconsin On Demand.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. So you ordered a new air filter for your car. You try to install it, but it doesn't fit. So you take a little bit off the sides. What, still doesn't fit? Well, you could try to sit on it. Or get it right the first time with eBay Guaranteed Fit. When you see the check, you know that part's going to fit. Air filters, brakes, headlights, over 122 million parts. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors, let's ride. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Every piece of land has a story. Some right there's behind the wheel of a John Deere 1 Series tractor, like the Upshaws.
This is my tractor Penny. It's all about attention to detail.
But the Nelsons love cruising around their expansive Montana ranch in their John Deere Gator UV.
We've been here since 1868.
While the Caggianos drive a John Deere zero-turn mower to keep their Long Island brewery looking sharp.
Don't call me, don't bother me. I'm going out to mow for a couple hours.
Run with us and start telling your story. Learn more at johndeere.com/radio.
Experience, knowledge, results. That's what really matters when you need help after a serious truck accident. You'll need a lawyer experienced in fighting and winning for people just like you. Gruber Law Offices has the resources, strong track record of success, and a team of experienced lawyers to take care of your needs. We've successfully helped people injured in big truck accidents for more than 35 years. Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all.
There's a race going on inside your body, and sometimes the bad guys, otherwise known as arthritis, get there first. That's when the joint pain kicks in.
Your healing process is just too slow and just can't catch up, and it needs just a little bit of help from QC Kinetics.
That's Dr. Daniel Zuckerman, a QC Kinetics medical director.
We all know that you can heal yourself. If you get a cut, it heals on its own. Your joints are no different. We can take the healing properties from your blood, concentrate them down, and put them in the spot that you need the help. It's amazing. Your body can heal